Welcome. Hello to all of you that have been waiting. I hope we haven't kept you waiting too long. No, it's the usual 4 minutes late. It seems to be the lucky number. And while we're having a few minutes of banter backstage, the clock keeps ticking. So we've looked at synchronicity before, but now we're going to look at synchronicity from a slightly different perspective. And it's quite a broad open topic today, which is, I think, the way we love it. We've got a lovely crew starting up, and we've got somebody joining us in a little while. So, without any further ado, we're going to be talking about synchronicity, expressing the breath of life, and obviously Saturn's cosmic cycles are behind these points of interaction between different time points and zones, and how this the flow of prana and life force, that etheric field, sustains reality through concentric patterns of form, and how these concentric patterns of form reflect themselves in the timelines and in the eras that we experience. So without any further ado, let me introduce to you the crew that's gonna say from the heart that feels true. Not quite the Beatles, but we'll get there. So to start off with, we've got Indy Sage, shadow worker extreme, or that's one of his things that he's worked a lot on. But he's also an anthropologist. He's also spent a lot of time researching and practicing different systems, meditation, the Tao, Western occultism, so Eastern and Western ideologies, philosophies, occult. He's an avid researcher. So he's got his fingers in a lot of pots. As you know, Indy, he's the man without the shirt. He is what we call the chick magnet on the scene here. Without him, there wouldn't be any woman watching. So to all those women out there joining, enjoy the show. We've also got dear Cosmic Prankster here. Cosmic Prankster. He's a modern version of the John Dee, shall we say. He channels the Fae. Or shall we say the Fae use him as a channel. I think it works two ways. And he's been channeling a language, a system, which is comprehensive in its form, and got a lot of detail, and it fits in with the cosmological principles of all the occult traditions. He has a background in all these occult traditions, the Western tradition of occultism especially, and also an avid researcher, somebody who's got a very unusual, wide open perspective, like Indy Sage. So we've got an amazing crew here. Without any ado, I'd love to give the crew a chance to speak to you.
Thanks so much for the great introduction, Franklin. As always, this is gonna be a great show, and I love this topic choice today of the synchronicity, expressing the breath of life. What a beautiful show this is going to be. And this is really resonating with me in particular. As Franklin mentioned, I have my hand in a lot of pots. And I try to break down the compartmentalization of thought and try to break through to connect the dots and weave the golden thread through the various systems of knowledge and wisdom that we've found and we've been uncovering. So synchronicity and the breath of life touch a lot of things for me. Now, I've had some out-of-body experiences in the year 2000. I was shown just about everything in the universe and had a glorious experience of I've been brought up through the sun, moon, and stars, and being shown all the time from the beginning of time through the cycles of time and various timelines within. So I feel like there's so much going on here than the linear time that is shown to us through academia, and there's so much going on in the world, in the living world and in nature, that's really not really focused on in organized religions. And so I feel like Rupert Sheldrake has brought forth like a big movement with the ideas of panpsychism and morphic resonance that he's retrieved from ancient French philosophers. And it's really blown my mind to know that in England they're considering that nature has a mind And this is very much in line with my practice of ancient philosophical Taoism, which I've been practicing for about 25 years. So it's really beautiful for me to see the connection between synchronicity and the breath of life, as if the mind of nature is breathing life, and it's through us that we see the connections of synchronicity, because it's all connected. And through shadow work, which I do, it was mentioned earlier, we tend to have a very different change in perspective and focus through the process of shadow work. So I think through that aspect, I've been able to see more of the integration and the connections between things, and see past the egoistic separation that's pushed on us that we're supposed to focus on. So once you can see past those delusional separations, you can start to see how things connect. Synchronicity starts to become more evident and apparent, and the magic starts to happen. So this would be a good show. We'll start to get into some of that and more, I'm sure. It's good to have Cosmic back with us today. He's been doing a couple of things for the last couple of weeks, and Franklin and I have just been running the show. But it's so great to have a third party here. There's not a crowd with this crowd.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, for synchronicity is something that I've been kind of one topic that I've been researching with this particular system. But what I like to always been kind of fascinating is like how synchronicities manifest depending upon what belief system you follow. I've kind of realized that they're like depending upon, you know, what you believe in and your expectations, like that determines like certain types of synchronicity, how they're contextualized, you know, how they're expressed. And kind of like I even figured out like, you know, this idea that like the intensity of the belief can kind of like, you know, increase or decrease the amount of synchronicity. There's a kind of like an actual quantifiable aspect. See, I think with my practice, I kind of look at things, I don't know if I want to say scientifically, but it's but I kind of just try to figure things out piece by piece and sort of put them together. And synchronicity is part of the puzzle there. So yeah, this will be an interesting topic to talk about today.
Heck yeah. I like the idea of the puzzle. It all fits together, but it can be puzzling to the egoic mind. It only focuses on the separations in the lines.
Absolutely. I was listening to you, and then my phone rang. Got Pick and Pay food deliveries coming in. I'm
Oh my goodness.
multitasking.
Yeah.
Doing like 3 things at once. But yeah, I mean, that's so on point, you know. I think it's very interesting because you mentioned panpsychism, and it makes me think about the earlier cosmological perspectives. And I think like this is probably a story where we should start at the beginning, at the dawns of time, back in the day before we had the need to eat or the need for speed, right? We were talking about computer games. Oh my gosh. And, you know, the old cosmological ideologies that come from the mystery traditions, mystery religions, that all seem to speak the same kind of language, suggest that we were emanations of consciousness before we were emanations of form. So before we had these physical, dense bodies that required eating, we were light beings. The hue man, the man was a being of hues of different colors and different spectrum of light. And, you know, for whatever reasons, the hue became more entrenched, and the crystallization of this light started to become a phenomenon, you know, matter. We became deeply entrenched within the matter, and we required the drinking of water, the eating of food, and then, you know, with that came all the other desires, and the passions became highly empowered because matter started making its own set of rules. So, like, these old traditions maintain this concept that we were beings of spirit and beings of consciousness and beings of light before we were beings of physicality. So, bringing that back into the panpsychist perspective, what that suggests, if we take panpsychism not the way it's interpreted by the modern physicists, and by the way, guys, I hope my audio is rocking and rolling. Hope everything is alles good. Namaste, Mexico. Beautiful Mexico. I hope your evening is great. So, all I can think about is chocolate. Mexico got me like a big kilogram of cocoa. I'm like, whoa. So, been doing that cocoa for a couple of days and waiting for the mother load. But
have you ever done cacao ceremony?
I'm going to be doing cacao ceremonies like every day from now on.
Great.
No, I have a special place in my heart. And I did research into how many things, like, just I've always known, so I never researched it, but we were having a conversation. I was like, okay, it's good for your liver, it's good for your kidney, it's good for your spleen, it's good for your brain, it's good for your heart, it's good for your DNA.
Yeah.
Protects you from free radical damage. It's antioxidant. It cleans out all of the toxins. I mean, there's a list of things as long as your arm for why you should be having, obviously not chocolate that they sell. It's got to be bitter.
Yeah.
And it can't be like laced with dairy, right? Because like whatever good stuff you get from it is just like ripped out by the dairy. The way they make chocolate in the shops, like it's a sweet, it's not good for you. But anyway, so there's this idea that we progressed, and this is interesting because it's on point with what I was talking about, the desires of the body, right? I'm suddenly thinking about cocoa, the taste, oh, I love it. There's an addiction element to like this human condition of the body. If you eat a piece of cheesecake, then next time you want to eat a piece of cheesecake again. And if you get used to eating a piece of cheesecake often, you'll be like, oh, where's my cheesecake? And it's the same, whether it's chocolate, cocoa, coffee, even hummus. Hummus can be addictive. Like, I get addicted to hummus.
Yeah.
You know? To the point where it's like, all we want to eat is hummus. I'm like, got to like rein my son in. Like, no, we've got to eat like other things too, because the hummus is really good in this house. You know, I make it fresh. So when you make your fresh hummus, and you can make it a little bit warm, because it's freshly made, then you got this warm bowl of hummus and no shortage of extra virgin olive oil. It becomes like a delicacy. So yeah, these desires that keep us locked into the flesh and keep us cycling around the matter are sort of supposedly emanations of matter. And I think this is why we have synchronicity. Synchronicity, from my perspective, and I'd love to hear your guys' take on this, is like that inner part of ourselves reaching out to remind us, like, oi, this show isn't what you think it is. This reality is not what you think it is. Let me prove it to you. Watch this. Ding, ding. Did you see that? And it's like our higher selves are reaching in through matter to remind us, like, yeah, but time is just an illusion. It's not real. It seems real. Everything you think, seems so solid and so fixed, but watch this. Do you see the way that works? Everything works in little concentric circles, and they all keep coming back, and everything is in cycles. And so, you're not a complete lunatic to think that. So what do you guys think? How to interpret this panpsychism, and did we stem from a spiritual state of being before we descended into the field of matter? Because I think this is really important to understand how the breath of life and synchronicity tie into each other.
I think traditionally people consider that synchronicity happens because the apparent coincidences that are happening are actually being orchestrated by a higher consciousness that's something that kind of pervades us, something that connects us, something that is overseeing us all and sees the connections between us and brings those connections together. And to the point where it might seem like a coincidence, like how could this have happened on its own? And the point is that it did not, that there's overseeing element there that's drawing things together, whether that may be angels or God or goddess, God and goddess, or deities or spirits, or maybe perhaps the spirit of nature or Mother Earth. There's many different takes on what that guiding force is. The Tao kind of encapsulates all of those things, embracing it as a mystery. And the fact is that there's something that seems to be there that draws us together for those times where it seems like this seems to be too coincidental to be real. This seems like this is a sign that there's something greater out there that's guiding things and making things happen, and it's revealing itself to us now. So I think synchronicities are powerful, and I feel like deja vu is kind of along with synchronicities in the sense that it's an aspect of the subconscious mind that's kind of coming out and showing the conscious mind something from a timeless aspect of universal cosmic order. They're kind of beautiful little glimpses that we see. That's my take on it.
I have a more stripped down take on the whole idea of synchronicity. To me, I just kind of see it as dream logic playing out in physical reality. You know, if you think about let's just say, for example, you watch the movie Jurassic Park and then you go to sleep and you have dreams about dinosaurs. I think in that same kind of like sort of method or that same kind of process, the things we just think about or things we fixate on just manifest into reality in the same way. If you're thinking about something during the day, it'll probably show up in your dreams. So I kind of look at it that way because I think, with my study and the kind of this extra dimensional, epistemology with different belief systems, I don't think there is a single source for the synchronicity. I think it's kind of like, it's kind of like you think about you have like a job coach or something and you talk to them and they hook you up with certain things. Like they have like a plan set out for you, or like, I'm trying to think of like the right analogy where it's like you're orchestrating someone, they have a plan, they're going to set you up. So basically like you get a relationship with a God, and then that God or that belief system then dictates your synchronicities. Because I think about it, because, Christians have their synchronicities, Buddhists have their synchronicities, pagans have their synchronicities. And I'm not sure it's all exactly the same cosmological force specifically, but I think you can see that because like I have synchronicities with my fae. Like that's one of the reasons that I, got so serious with this work, is because the synchronicities were just so beyond just like random chance in terms of how I experienced them. They were so specific and so immediate too. There was no like wait or hesitation. It'll just like you'll hear a word they'll say in your head, and then there'll be something out in external reality at that exact same second. And I've kind of like, and the thing is like too, I've experimented with different belief systems over my life, more traditional belief systems, more chaos magic type stuff. And it's like, in a way, it's like they all kind of work in a sense. So I think I just kind of like basically try to figure out like what is the sort of what is the nuts and bolts of synchronicity. I don't get too sort of caught up in the narrative of it being some kind of like bigger, universal thing. But it seems to me that it's obvious that our thoughts and our intentions do have some sort of impact on the state of reality and this world in general.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks fall into different schools of thought, and it's kind of a sense of a following, in the sense that they're really not really generating part of that school of thought, but they're really just joining it. Whereas I think other people that generate their own schools of thought and combine different aspects of inspiration can kind of have an overarching influence on many different systems of thought. What are your thoughts on that, Cosmic? Is it possible to have a system of thought that combines those other systems?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a system, like there's systems of thought that are like at a lower kind of fourth dimensional level. But then if you go up a dimensional level, like there's belief systems that are more kind of generalized, right? So you have like belief system or specific like Buddhism or like Hermeticism. But if you think about it, Buddhism and Hermeticism have very similar goals and similar orientations. They both have a kind of a sense of oneness of the universe. There's both a kind of a de-emphasis on the individual and an emphasis on a larger sort of collective self. And I think there's a kind of, and if you strip away the archetypes and the specific religions, you see that there's a kind of a meta religion that all of those kind of connect to. And I think likewise, like nihilism is also kind of like the negative version of that. So you take all the kind of the negative belief systems or the darker, occult systems of thought, maybe like your Satanism, and then there's a kind of a meta chaos sort of perspective. So it's kind of like it's a Russian nesting doll, where the further you go up, the more like expansive. So, where was I going to go with that? But yeah, it really kind of depends. Like, I think there's the way I kind of have it in my system is that there's this concept called the Zerfikes, which is essentially kind of like a belief system that becomes your universe. And we exist among a bunch of them, but there's different kind of levels to them. So you have like the regular Zerfikes, which are just kind of belief system, but then you have the meta Zerfikes, which encompass all the smaller Zerfikes within it. So to answer your question, Indy, yeah, I think you can have a system that is more comprehensive, but I think that at the same time, I think if you become too focused on order or too focused on chaos, that can be a limiting in terms of imagination and scope as well. And I think a lot of people in the spiritual community, they don't want to think too much about chaos because they don't like that that maybe things don't quite fit to some perfect plan, or they don't fit to some kind of perfect structure. But what I find is that when you explore chaos, you find higher forms of order that you never knew about before. And it's only by accepting the chaos in this world that you can find the order that exists beyond it. Because if you get too fixated on the lower level order and you don't really look at some of the higher, deeper levels of order, but in order to get to those higher, deeper levels of order, you kind of have to see past some stuff that's, maybe you have to deal with some, like Indy, he talks about, like the shadow. You have to deal with those darker aspects. Because I think sometimes with belief systems, we can kind of create this like very purified Disneyland kind of, happy-go-lucky belief system, but it may not prepare us for the actual trials and tribulations in life and all the tragedy that can happen. But I think sometimes by embracing that sort of that more disorderly side of the universe, you can find deeper connections of order by kind of going across these sort of abyssal gaps. And because my general orientation, my sort of philosophical kind of like perspective on things is like, when I see an abyss, I assume there's something on the other side of that abyss. I don't think that the abyss stops with the abyss. There's just gaps between dimensions. And if you can kind of traverse the gap and you can traverse that dark abyss, there might be an exotic paradise that lays on the other side. That's kind of how it was with me and the Fae, because in order to get to their sort of world, you have to kind of get beyond the sort of the black membrane that surrounds reality. And when you pierce through it, you find a whole different world that you never knew about before, that a world that hasn't even been talked in, text or scriptures. But in order to do that, you have to get behind certain assumptions and certain beliefs because I think in a way beliefs can limit us. And by that, it's like, if you think about consciousness and you think about the universe as a dream, basically wherever you believe, whatever you believe is ultimate reality becomes the edge of your dream world. It becomes the edge of your reality. So always being open to new possibilities and mysteries and the idea that there's something beyond the scope of what you believe, I think that is a true, deep freedom. But I don't think it's necessarily, comfortable at all times. It can be kind of challenging because you're dealing with a lot of alienness and a lot of vastness. But I think overall it's rewarding, and that's basically the path that I'm going on.
Yeah, that's interesting. You took me on a flashback to London transport system, Mind the Gap. And it's something you hear every day. And I used to love that about taking the tubes in London, because every time they tell you to mind the gap, there's a deeper element, mind the gap. What gap? What is this gap all about? And I like that you mentioned a few things, like you mentioned chaos and what I would define as loosely and possibly ineloquently as divine order. But let me take you on a little journey, a little one, not too long. the idea of the fractal universe that we're living in. So everything seems to repeat itself. The same mathematics seems to be representing the repetition. And the same golden phi spiral that governs the mitochondrial DNA governs the galaxy. And so, the way things form, there seems to be this universal pattern. The way the leaves are aligned on a tree, the way the branches grow on a tree, they all follow this divine framework, this divine pattern. And so it seems to me that there's this universal law, if I can call it that is basically imprinting itself upon every aspect of reality. And this is where I come out with this idea of a fractal. I really do believe, sincerely, that if I shrink smaller than my body, and I shrink smaller than the cells in my body, and if I shrink smaller than the mitochondrial DNA, and I keep shrinking beyond getting smaller, beyond the atoms of the minerals, beyond the quarks that make up those atoms, beyond the gluons that hold those atoms together, I think I would be coming back in from the galaxies, and I would be shrinking in from a multigalactic perspective, and keep shrinking until I'm as small as the solar system. So to me, that continuity seems to be reflected. And so there seems to be this divine connection between the smallest thing and the greatest thing. And that divine connection seems to be able to be seen here as principles, mathematics, maat, as the ancient Egyptians called it. And it's where we get meter, measuring, timing, meter, music. So everything seems to be an emanation of the vibrational field. When we look at the Hermetic principles, makes sense. Every religion speaks about how there was first sound, whether you're coming from, Abrahamic or the ancient Greek or the Taoist or the Indian, the Aum, wherever you go, the shamanic tradition speaks about the heartbeat of the universe, that there's this rhythm underlying everything, and that rhythm is the basis of dream time, and that the dream time is 3 different dreams that are working together to produce this 4th dream time of physical manifestation. So when I look at all of this, I see, what I see is a connection between all things. Namaste, dear Vincent. How are you doing? I hope you are good and smiling and thriving and having a great weekend. So, that makes me think about synchronicity. There are different forms of synchronicity. So the synchronicities that we see in time, repeating the moments, repeating things, right? That the future and the past are fundamentally connected, are represented in this reality. Can you guys hear my son in the background? He's crying on the other side of the house because I took his tablet away from him. He was being rude. He kicked my dog. You do not kick my dog, ever. Daddy takes action. It's a 60-kilogram Malamute, for crying out loud. What do you want to kick that dog for?
Yeah,
Of all dogs to kick. I mean, he's a gentle giant. That's why he knows he can get away with it. But even gentle giants have a limit, And but he's highly intelligent. So even if he did have to take action, he would be careful. But regardless, so 6 a.m. Hawaii, you got your coffee. Sure, nice, Vincent. Nice, good way to start the day, man. 6:30, good old-fashioned podcast. So when I look at the synchronicities that we see in time, and there are many different types, like I think you were pointing out, Cosmic. One form of synchronicity is how what happened in the past will repeat itself in the future, right? Civilizations will be born, and civilizations will die, and civilizations will be born from the ashes of those, and they will die. And I will be born, and I will die, and my child will be born from me and die. And so there's this continual cycles of beginnings and endings that seem to emerge from each other. The same way that cells differentiate, the same way that galaxies, solar systems emerge from other systems. And there seems to be this universal principle of proverbial repetition. So we see everything as chakra, spinning, turning, revolving. And everything gets back to the beginning, fundamentally, the alpha and the omega. Where are things at? Aleph, Tav, at. So that's the first and last of the Paleo-Hebrew or the Phoenician alphabet, which is what we use today to define where something's at. It's the beginning and the ending of something, which is a division. And when something's at that point, it divides from where it could be or where it isn't. Right? That's an interesting concept. So you got these divisions of synchronicity that represent the synchronicity between how the molecules are governed by phi, in the same way that the tree grows in phi, the same way that like humans organize themselves in groups by the principle of phi. Populations work according to phi. You can pretty much calculate just about everything with phi. Even the way that planetary systems and galactic events are occurring seem to follow this. What we consider gravitational expressions or electrical expressions, these all seem to be following similar suits of pattern. And everything seems to be locked in this divine pattern. So there's a synchronicity between the smallest thing and the biggest thing, holding the same fundamental key. Then there's a synchronicity between the past and the future. Then there's a synchronicity in the present between two different points in space. Then there's a synchronicity in the present between two different people in two different situations. But I think they're all the universal synchronicity. It's all just synchronicity. And that synchronicity, which is the scale of life, which is the expressions of the fractal forms of consciousness that manifests all the worlds and all the universes and all the aspects of creation that we are bound through, that emanates time from the past to the future as a cosmic expression of polarity. I think everything is really just that one principle. And that one principle ties everything together. So this sort of, to me, makes sense. Like, it adds up to some of the things that you're saying, Cosmic. And I got to go and talk to my son quickly. I got to go and let him know that I'm actually going to start deleting games unless he stops, because he's giving his mom a hard time. I might be deleting games. I'll be back in a mo.
Yeah, the synchronicity of the connection between the past and the future is an interesting one. I feel like there's a common expression that people hear is that if we don't learn about our history, we'll repeat the same mistakes of the past, something to that effect.
Yeah, those who don't learn history are doomed to repeat it, I think is the quote.
Yes, that's what it is. Thank you, sir. And so, in a way, I feel like there's an obvious awareness of the connection between the repeating aspect of the past into the future, and but there's also some kind of an aspect that we can kind of change that cycle or that repetition. And so if we can understand the past and what those cycles are, we can learn from those now and then change the cycles, potentially altering the timelines, so that once we've changed things now, that those things that had happened in the past can be undone potentially, and then create a new timeline. I've had experience of this, and there's literature on this stuff. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around the idea, because you come from one timeline where things are so familiar, and then you do something based on information from the past that changes the entire timeline, and now you have no memory of that previous timeline necessarily, maybe a glimpse, but you now have memory of a new timeline that you thought was always the case. And so how can we know about this without that glimpse to be able to tell something's different now? There was a previous timeline. And so we talk about sometimes in the show how the Mandela effect can kind of be an highlight of those glimpses that we might see of altering timelines. Some people may come from different ones. Makes me wonder that people with maybe different circles of thought may have different timelines. Could be interesting.
I like that. I like that as an idea. Just before we continue, I want to welcome dear Silas to the platform. Those of you who don't know, Silas Speaks. It's literally at Silas Speaks in YouTube. You can find his channel. He does a lot of good work, a lot of deep occult analysis of various different principles, especially how it relates to the world where we're in right now. He's been doing a lot of specialization, looking at a lot of the Saturn moon connection and such. So go and check him out. He's really cool. Welcome. It's an honor to have you here, dear Silas. Silas is a researcher. He does his homework. He spends a lot of time looking at things. And how you doing, man? Tell us, give us a little bit about yourself, brother.
Pleasure to be here. And yeah, I'm doing perfectly fine. I'm eager to speak about synchronicity and such. It's a fascinating topic.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, the synchronicity is one of those things, and it's really interesting. Like I have how can I put it? Yeah, man. Big love, Vincent. Shalom. You know, like my ex-wife used to have a hard time with me because I'd get somewhere and I'd sit down and she'd be like, where are we going? I'd be like, no, we got to wait here. She'd be like, what do you mean we got to wait here? We got to wait here. Something's going to happen. And we're waiting, like nothing's happening. She's like getting impatient. I'm like, no, we got to wait. We're going to wait. When the time's right, we're going to wait. And she'd be like getting nervous, like, you know, and I'm like, you know, that's the thing about the guides. The guides are interesting. And I'm sure, Cosmic, you'll have a lot to say about this. The guides will give you a hint. They'll be like, dude, that tree, sit under that tree. Just sit there and wait. You'll be like, seriously, you want me to sit and wait under the tree? Okay. So if you know, faithful about that, then you're faithful about like, okay, so there's some kind of a synchronous thing going to happen. So I just got to sit and wait for it. And can we drive synchronicity? Is faith, okay, oh, now we're getting into the waters of the deep, deep waters of faith. What is faith? Like I always embrace faith as being an expression of divine understanding, the recognition that the understanding is holding the space of wisdom within it, and that from this springs true knowledge, and this child of knowledge holds the key and the powers of the lightning bolt, or the sword of heaven, as we could call it, or the enad, the 10 sephirot, and expressions of the chakric potential. And so, you know, there seems to be this purpose, divine purpose, that's been written into the plan. And it's like we can access this divine purpose. And I can't believe we don't really use this diagram very often on the show. Like, wow, what a great chance to like throw it out there. And you know, I got another fun one to throw here. One of the ones I love. We got it looking all Masonic. Let's leave them out of this conversation for now. But just looking at the divine proportions of these flowers and observing, like when you look at this flower of life, right? If you allow your consciousness, that point here, I hope you can see my mouse. That point here is the corner of a cube where my mouse is. Corner of a cube. Corner of a cube. Corner of a cube, front corner of a cube. This is the edge of a cube of two faces. And there's a face up here. And there is the bottom face. So you can see there's a cube in here, Metatron's cube. If you allow your consciousness to just zone out of it, it looks like a cube. And as you look at that, you'll start noticing, like you can expand this bigger and see there's more geometry going on there. Like the cube is part of something else. And you can also see the tetrahedron in there as well. You know, if you really want to allow your awareness, there's a lot going on. So the fact that in this picture there's something else that's being implied, I think that's the nature of reality. I think reality that we experience are the implications of these interactions. But we get so lost in the implications of these interactions that we get stuck in the cube. And we forget that the cube is made out of all of these little flowers. And that all of these flowers are really just interactions between different circles. And that the interactions between different circles, each one goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then that becomes another octave here. And so we've got all these octaves, and each petal becomes another series of interactions. And so, for example, can you guys see my mouse, by the way?
Yes.
So we've got a petal here. Look at this petal of this flower. You notice how the petal of this flower is shared between two flowers. Wow. And then you notice that this petal of this flower, right, shared between two flowers, is part of a circle. So there's some kind of a resonance between this petal and this petal. And this petal also is part of the same circle. And this petal also, and this petal also. But the outer edge of this petal is more related to this petal than the inner edge of any of these petals. So the outer edge of this petal is more related to this petal, even though the inner edge of this petal has some kind of relation to this too. So there seems to be a diagram here speaking of relationships and how things are more related than what we seem to be. And that's just looking at the petals, right? Like you could look at it from other perspectives. You could see these. What are these? These are not quite triangles, are they? But they look like funky, like triangular concepts that are based on crescents. And we see the same thing here with these crescents, right? These crescents are reflecting the tetrahedrons pulling in different directions, here and here. And then we see the same thing here and here. Then we see, as you look around, you can allow your focus to fall on different parts of it. You can focus on the petals, you can focus on the triangular bits, you can focus on the relationships between the petals, you can focus on the relationships of the circles, you can allow your awareness to pull back and see the circles and see all the circles and the relationships, and you see all these spheres lumped together, it looks like cells. Or you can pull your consciousness back and see the dynamic shapes bound within it. And so already we're seeing like a series of synchronicities that seems to be like such a powerful reflection. And I think the reason why this image was so universally used as a profound concept that relates to the divine proportions of time and space and consciousness is because what we're looking at here is really, would I be wrong to go out on a limb and call it the map of synchronicity?
No, I think that's spot on. There's so many elements there involved that it's hard to see them all at once. You have to kind of shift your mind to be able to see so many different things in here. But I imagine ultimately you could get really a good understanding of where to shift to and know all the different aspects that you can move to. I've started to see things that I've never noticed before. Like I usually see the asterisk of the little Vesica Pisces shapes. But I've also noticed now that you can look at these concave triangles that are within the convex triangles or vice versa. And you can look at a circle of triangles, which is really cool. I never noticed that.
I mostly see hexagons actually on this one.
Oh, cool.
It's
Yeah,
very non-Euclidean
exactly.
in that it's kind of its round sort of
hexagons.
shape. I can see the cube too. It's kind of like a weird, bumpy Jello mold cube.
I'm having a hard time seeing the cube. I hope to see it.
It's a Minecraft cube. Yeah, so like, I think that this is like a map of synchronicity. When I look at this, I see like, oh wow, all these things are connected to other things in subtle relationships. And these subtle relationships all sort of bind reality in a sense. And so to me, this is an expression of the macrocosm, and that like we are all like little flowers, and we repeat ourselves outside of ourselves, and we repeat ourselves outside of ourselves. And it's so beautiful the way the one flower and the other flower become, expressions of each other, you know, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah,
there's this beautiful, beautiful harmony here between energy and form being expressed. And like you mentioned, these little triangles, like I don't even know what to call them. Like, I call them tricrescents, right?
Yes.
Because they're like three little crescents, like bowing, like in the shape of a triangle. And then you've got other tetrahedrons forming within the structure here as well, when you look at that, which is really interesting. And so, the whole structure's got so much going on, and it sort of points out to us that the multiplicity of form really is an expression of the monad. And I think that that's like basically universal, whether you come from the perspective of ancient Greek or the Kabbalah, or most of the mystery religions seem to point out the same thing. In the Vedic cosmology, they speak about, the Parabrahm, and how all of these emanations spring from a single point. And so to me, I think, like, when I think of synchronicity, I think of that reality is a dream, and that the dream time is structured together, and that there are borrowed pieces. I hope that makes sense when I say borrowed pieces. Like there are only so many potential mixtures. Like, think about this. There's another human being in the world that has got a lot of the same borrowed pieces that you've got to make you who you are. And those borrowed pieces might not be exactly the same as yours. But there are going to be other people that look like you. There are going to be other people that speak like you. There are going to be other people that walk like you, act like you, react like you. There are going to be some people that walk like you and speak like you. There are going to be some people that walk like you, speak like you, and talk like you. Maybe even walk like you, speak like you, talk like you, think like you and look like you. The doppelganger effect. And I think it's because the universe has to reappropriate. It's only got so many different things that are repeated. And it's like a mathematical code. Like the same pattern seems to be resplendently reflecting the same ideas put together in a slightly different idea. And so this whole idea of individuality, which I think is a valid and real phenomenon because we can all experience it, sort of also points back at the universal aspect of each being, each soul, and this expression of consciousness, and how, everything is really dependent upon everything else. And this notion of codependency in relationships, I love that. Like, when I look at that and I'm like, yeah, well, I don't like those words. I see where they're coming from, that there's negative codependent potential, right? But like, everything is codependent. Like, there is no escape from codependency. There's just, from my perspective, healthy codependency and unhealthy codependency. And healthy codependency means that you are within your own sovereign potential and grounded and keeping it real. But to think that your feelings are not dependent upon another human being, I don't think it's real. Like, I'll give you an example. My son's mom. So her mom's in hospital right now, and her feelings are affecting me. We're not that close, like on any emotional level or anything. My girlfriend is my girlfriend, and her and me split up 5 years ago. But like, I feel the impacts and the pressures of her emotional field the same way I would feel the emotional impacts of a homeless guy today in the shop. Okay, so let me tell you a little story that happened this morning. So I come in to the shop after climbing down the mountain, and I needed to get some bread, a few odds and ends, right? Some fruit. And there was a homeless guy there, and he was like, "Hey man, can you get me something?" I was like, "Yeah, of course I'll get you something." So I was going to buy bananas. So I thought, I'll buy a big bunch of bananas. Bananas look nice. So I'll give him like a handful of bananas. And then I thought, oh, let me go and see if they've got the fresh at that shop, because it was the morning. They make at that time they make these fresh, what they call vetkoek. It's a kind of a thing that they make in the shop. I don't know what you call it in English. Anyway, regardless. And I thought, oh, those will be like nice and warm and fresh. So I grabbed him a couple of those, and I thought I'll give him those, and I'll give him a bunch of bananas, and that will be like something for him to eat for now. So anyway, I'm at the counter, and he comes in, and he starts like da 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 da, and he speaks to the lady behind the counter, an African lady that I know, and I've got good relations with everybody in my neighborhood, right? And so I'm always like, I have conversations with her, I speak to her, how are you? She's a lovely lady. The guy who owns that shop is a good friend of mine. His family, his brothers are friends of mine. The guys who work there, the guy who's the cleaner there, he's a good buddy. Joshua loves him to bits. He's all over Joshua. So anyway, like that's how it is. I know all the ladies there who work behind the other counters where they make all the hot foods and stuff, and like little bakery section and stuff. And so I go through the shop and I say hello to everybody. Everybody's like it's like a big family kind of thing. And so anyway, this guy comes in, he's rude to this woman. So I'm like a little, don't like the tone of his voice towards her. And so she like says, no, like you're being a bit much, because he was being like overtly, his way was a bit aggressive and abrupt and he says, I'm busy with this customer. So what it turned out was that he wanted to he didn't want something to eat. He decided no, he felt like a can of soda pop, and which I wouldn't buy on principle anyway. I explained it to him when I came out of the shop, because I don't buy soda pop, not for myself, not for my son, not for my family. I don't believe in supporting these companies that make poison. To me, it's an ethical decision. It's a position where I am like I don't want to support Coca-Cola, for example, and the only thing I would use Coca-Cola for is cleaning jewelry, and that's if I'd rather not use it. I'd rather use something else, support a different company. So anyway, he starts getting aggressive with this woman and raising his voice. I'm like, dude, you need to chill out. So the other African guy who was busy unpacking shelves comes and he says, no, bro, don't be like this, because he's like, the lady's there. And I'm saying to the guy, dude, seriously, like, you can't be like this. Then he threatens the guy next to me. He says, no, I'm going to get you when you're outside. And I'm going, seriously? Now you're getting aggressive and you're like getting violent, like, the violent aggression. And so I was just like, seriously, dude, like, I don't know what's wrong with you. Please, maybe you should go outside. And I explained to him nicely. I said, look, these people, they have got a business here, and they don't want their customers to feel harassed in any way or bullied by you. So they have an interest in what's going on in the shop here, which is why they control the space, which is their prerogative completely. You got to respect that. And so he was like, yeah, okay. So anyway, he goes back outside because he's making a scene. And now like all the shop people are coming, they're like saying to him, dude, no, because he's been rude to the lady behind the counter. This is what happens, right? So anyway, my point is the synchronicities, how these things come together. Right now in the world, there's a lot of disassociation. There's a lot of anger, right? That aggression and that is connected to what's going on in the USA right now, right? There are all these protests happening. Are they not? They're still happening? Maybe you guys can tell me.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely still going on.
People are throwing firecrackers and bricks, and people are being beaten up by cops with batons, and special forces, military, I don't know who, like this group and that group are all being involved. And there's like people are getting arrested, people are getting hurt, people are getting afraid. And it's not just happening there. I bet it's blowing up in Europe by now, because this is what happened. It happened before COVID. Remember? Some time before. I even wonder whether what happened in COVID was a bid to try and control that. That's another element of the conversation. How the puppet masters manipulate the system when this becomes too explosive. But like, so from my perspective, seeing that in my shop, to me, from a shamanic perspective, that's connected to what's going on in the world. Because that doesn't normally happen there, right? I never see that in my shop. I come in there, it's all loving vibes, everything's good. I see like homeless people, I give them like fruit. I give them bananas. Like, I'm the guy who gives them fruit. Why? I don't buy like packaged stuff because I know that they'll take it in their bag and walk down the road and swap it to another shop, get money for it, and collect up money and then go and buy drugs, right? Or business thing. I'd rather give them like something they're going to eat, which they can't really return easily to anybody else. Same as like in India. Like if you're going to give a banana to a street child in India, make sure you crack the banana. Otherwise, the bigger kids are going to come to that child and take it off of them, and they're going to collect them up and go and try and haggle with the banana sellers to get money for it. This is what happens. So, make sure that the little child you're giving the fruit to is going to get to eat that fruit. If it's cracked, there's no good for it going anywhere else. He may as well eat it because he can't sell it, or he can't give it to the bigger boys as like collateral. So anyway, the
there was a huge protest of 2 million people in Hong Kong right before COVID was released, and it's thought that the COVID was released to stop these protests. 2 million people in Hong Kong. That's a big protest.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It was happening
Franklin,
in France. It was happening in Germany. Oh, sorry. Carry on,
everywhere.
Cosmic.
No, you can finish your point.
It's happening in France all the time.
Well, I was just saying it was happening in every country. France, there was like continually police cars being burnt. It was happening in Ireland. Was it happening in Scotland?
No, it was not. No.
Yeah, I know there was like the 5G thing happened around that time, and a lot of people were protesting 5G. Was that what it is?
Sorry.
There wasn't really any protests in Scotland. It was more in England. Scotland was very... Scotland, funnily enough, in contrast to Braveheart, we've always been sort of authority loving in Scotland, or so I've noticed at least. Unfortunately so. But yeah.
Yeah, but the Scots also feel protected from what's going on in the world because there's a hereditary, like we're hiding behind our wall, right? Like in ancient times they had the wall, didn't they?
Yeah, we're on the hoary cliffs of Scotland, and we're towering above everyone else. We're sort of on a mountainous island away from the rest of the world. That is the sort of mentality. Absolutely, yeah.
So people tend to be more chilled out, and the Scots are like, they'll chill out until they have to, and then they'll get their kilts on and get out their swords,
Yeah, I think it's probably similar to the Irish in that regard, but the Irish don't have the cliffs, so or not as many of them. So yeah, maybe that mindset isn't as ingrained as it is in Scotland.
Do you know anything about the Rosalind Church in Scotland? It's thought that the Knights Templar had their beginning there, like even as far back as the 1400s.
Oh yeah, I've been to Rosalind Chapel many times. It's a very, very fascinating building. In fact, it was to be expanded into a cathedral, but for whatever reason, I think it's something they believe it was something to do with funding. It never went ahead, but it's absolutely chock full of symbolism. I mean, honestly, it'd be here for probably 2 weeks, just speaking about all of the symbolism. It's a very small room as well, where most of the symbolism takes place. Yeah, but yeah,
The Scottish Freemasonry, and it's thought that it had older roots than is known, and they go back to Rosalind Chapel.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Sinclairs, they also have a very interesting set of masonry there, where it shows corn, cacti. Now, this is a building that was ostensibly created in I believe, the 13th century. Yeah. So, of course, the New World wasn't discovered at that point. So, where did they get this from? There's also some diaries from some of the Sinclair family members about strange expeditions to Western lands, which, when you read them, they sound almost like they've been to the New World. But yeah, the Templars are at least the Scottish Templars that were hiding out there after 13. That would have been 30. It's either 1312 or 1315, where Jacques de Molay was obviously put to the stake.
Yeah.
They fled to Scotland. They aided in the War of Independence in Scotland against the English at that time, at the Battle of Bannockburn, supposedly. And but there's a lot of interconnection between the symbolism of the Templars and the Freemasons. So yeah, you could say it's synchronicity, you know.
Yeah, it's thought that the Knights Templar went to Nova Scotia long before, Columbus and them came through from Portugal and Spain. But there's a lot of new relics that are being found over in Nova Scotia. Knight Templar swords have been found just off the coast. So we have to get some dating on those.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it's
be surprised.
very
You know,
interesting history.
when I went to Nova Scotia, have you been there, Silas?
I haven't. No, I haven't. I should
You ought
probably.
to go there.
Yeah.
It'll blow your mind because they still have traditional Scottish. Like, I was expecting Edinburgh and the Highlands to be like that. And when I went to Edinburgh and the Highlands, I was like, oh, it's not like Nova Scotia. I thought like everybody's going to be like walking around wearing kilts, playing bagpipes, spricking like a real scratchman. Like I have literally been in conversations with people in a restaurant and in a pub where I have to turn around to someone and say, what language is he speaking? And everybody's laughing at me. And they're like one of them can speak like a little, like more like the English sound that I know. And he's explaining to me that he's speaking English, son. Like this is like, decades ago. And I'm like, wow. And I'd have to sit and really wrap my head around it. But I've often wondered how much of the history has been re-represented because, maybe Scotland wasn't just a tiny little place. Maybe Scotland was a bigger thing in ancient times. Yeah? And that, Nova Scotia, we call it Nova Scotia, but there seems to be a lot of history there. And I don't think the history goes back to just the recent history that we're expected to believe. Anyway, I found.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. You have a lot of monolithic, supposedly Neolithic monuments that are, they're Herculean, really, construction projects. You have the likes of Clavacairn, and the precision as well. They're all very precisely aligned to certain astronomical patterns within the sky and phenomena. And you also have places up in Orkney and even in the islands of Scotland, which rather peculiar. They're even of a more monumental nature, which tells you there was some sort of civilization in Scotland or ancient Scotland at that point that was it had the logistics, it had the resources, it had the scholars to develop these sites and construct them. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the historians put the Knights Templar in Nova Scotia around 1398, sometime around May or June, according to stories, although that may not have been the first voyage. But no, by Herculean, is that synonymous with megalithic or cyclopean masonry?
Yes, it's what I've seen, for example, with Clavacairn. It's you typically, I've never seen this, of course, and I'm in construction, so I've never really seen this, and I can't really fathom why they would do it this way. But they take massive stone blocks. They could be, several dozen tons, and they'll simply just move them into positions that and very precise as well, where precisely aligning with astronomical phenomenon in the sky at specific times of the year, almost within a millimeter of alignment. And you're thinking, how did they do that without cranes, without of course it is possible to move it, but the amount of resources and the time to construct it is just it's mind-boggling. Which tells you, like with any construction project, you want to make it as quickly as possible. You want to keep the resources low that you expend for the project, otherwise it won't be cost effective. So it tells me they had some sort of advanced technology to create these things. Yeah, but interestingly as well, that dating would align with Roslin Chapel, I believe, if I recall correctly, roughly about that time, maybe just before. I think it was in the early 14th century, if I recall correctly.
It's amazing. The engineering is nearly unfathomable in there, and the rafters in there are very ornamental, and like the whole inside, there's so much going on in there, so many different designs and symbols and figures. So I think they've considered that it might be like a map of the heavens, like the different zodiacs and places in the sky, aligned with the sun being in a certain place at a certain time, potentially.
Yeah, you also
That's-
have... Oh, jump in, Franklin.
No, please continue. Please continue. I was going to go on a tangent, but do continue.
Oh no, I was just going to say really quickly, there's a symbol that constantly crops up within Roslin Chapel, and they call it the Green Man. I mean, essentially, it's Bacchus or Dionysus or archetypes similar to that. I mean, that archetype is cross-cultural, right? It's the sort of the savior that goes through death and resurrection. But you see the Hanged Man. You see, like what you're saying. You see various sort of proto-tarot tarot signs, or tarot card archetypes, and then you also see you could say proto or astrological signs, essentially zodiacal signs. So absolutely, the whole thing it's completely esoteric. In fact, you could actually say it's not a Christian church, as we would know Christianity officially. It's very... I mean, whoever constructed it had a deep knowledge of... Well, even for example, there's one column that it's a vertical spiral, and if I recall correctly, I can't quite remember the details at the top of the column, but if I recall correctly, when I viewed it, there was a sort of epiphany moment when I was there, that I was like, oh my God, that's what it means. And it's this idea of, you see it in the Saturn square, right? It's with the translation of it, it's that idea of recursion, the cyclicality of all things. And this ties in with synchronicity, thinking of the world, the record of reality, that reality is almost like a phonograph machine, and the grooves of the phonograph contracting vertically into the center. It's similar to that idea. That's the realization I had with that column. But there's tons of things like that, and it's very small as well. And you could spend all day just looking at the symbols. It's pretty astounding.
Yeah, apparently that spiral column is called the hazel tree. I'm gonna try to pull up an image of it.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, it's interesting, when we look at the ancients. And Cosmic, dear brother, there was something you wanted to add.
Never mind. That's not relevant now.
Okay. Like the idea of the the totem pole, Yggdrasil, or the tree of life, or these spires that you mentioned, these shivlings as they call them in India, which represents the spiral of consciousness as a pin, if you would, which is obviously representative of the center of the galaxy. The center of the galaxy, everything revolves around this point, the eye of the proverbial storm. And so this concept, I think, is universal to all of our spiritual traditions and all the spiritual knowledge that we can sort of dig up. Namaste, Zerilath. How are you doing, brother? I hope you are good. I hope you are thriving. And so yeah, this fundamental center of the universe, I think it represents how every point in time space is the center of the universe, and that all these proverbial expressions of the center of the universe is happening individually, and how you, me, Silas, Cosmic, all of the people in the chat, we're all expressions of this proverbial center of the universe. And wow, look at that, huh? They really knew how to build, didn't they? Doesn't that make you jealous, Silas?
Oh yeah. Yep.
You don't get to build things like that in this day and age because there just isn't the money.
I know.
For it.
I know.
when you should be, because like they last longer, right?
Yeah.
Like-
well, as well, they elevate the soul of man to a greater degree too. You know, I think it's more worthwhile.
Absolutely. And the mathematics being expressed there. I wonder what the ratio is of that spiral ascending there. Eh?
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I look at that spiral, right? That spiral seems to be so the first one goes round, then it goes to, what is that? Is that 2.25 times around that pillar? Revolutions.
It
of
appears to
that
be, yeah.
rising.
Yeah. 2.25,
Interesting.
I would say, yeah.
I think there's
You would
two
expect it to be 3 1/3, but 2.25. Isn't that interesting?
two spires that go up and they do one full revolution. One comes up from the back and ends in the back.
Yeah.
Maybe 3. Because the one that starts in the front right here. And
It's just such beautiful symmetry and expression, you know.
Yeah. And then there's
And you just wonder what the angle of ascent is. You know, what's this ratio that's being expressed here in terms of the space? I wonder if it would be close to phi. You know, the mind boggles. One expects that there might be some kind of a relationship with phi. No. But it's not quite got that changeability to it, so it might have a constant version of that, if that makes sense. Maybe they brought it down to a constant and applying that on each. It's just very interesting, you know, because when we look at these ancient things, to me it seems like we've reached a point in our time right now where we've sort of lost perspective, and because we've lost perspective, we've become ingrained in these patterns, in these habits. And I think, like, to me, like when we look at time, right? So like you mentioned just now, the Saturn square. Just can't get enough of the Saturn square, can you? Oof. It's just like, when I look at it, I'm like, it just makes sense. It's just, finally, there we go. There it is. That sensible, way of looking at the world. Namaste, Autician. I hope you are good. I hope you are smiling. I hope you are flying. Yeah, Vincent, that beautiful spiral was definitely foundational. It definitely makes me think of foundations. Beautiful word that sort of blows it up, you know. New Tartaria is coming, Chaos. Well, this is exactly it. Unfortunately, New Tartaria is very cheaply built. They really skimped on the building. You know, at least the old Tartaria, they had like something really cool going on. They had like funky designs that you could really appreciate and enjoy. So like here I look at this and I look at this polarities of the Ida, the Pingala. Let me get onto that picture. So here we go. We've got the 7, the 8, and the 9. And here we've got the 1, the 2, and the 3. And here we've got the 4, the 5, and the 6. So from the Kabbalistic perspective, these are the 3 triads of the tree of life. and the monads expressing 1, 2, 3, which becomes 6, right? And the astral triangle is expressing 4, 5, and 6, which becomes 15, which is 6, right? And then, of course, the etheric triangle is expressing 7 and 8, which is 15, plus 9, which is 24, which is 6. So yeah, we got 666, right? Sort of coming together, which is essentially 18, which is essentially, bringing us back to 9. And when we add up all of these numbers, we get 45, right? And 45 is 9 times 5, right? And 5 sits in the middle. Now 5, that pentagram, is really a perfect representation of phi. Yeah. And in the center of that pentagram, we've got 5. Everything revolves around 5. Mercury, the mercurial presence, the potentials of Mercury. And so, yeah, the axis mundi, Silas is speaking about it here in the chat, the axis mundi, the tree of life. That 5 represents the axis mundi in a sense. And you can see how, between the line of 4 and 6, you got a representation of the axis mundi, because like 4 is the point of rest. 5 is the dynamism added to 4 in order to produce the harmony of 6. So the 4, 5, 6 is what keeps everything in a state of harmony. It's the eye of the proverbial storm, 4. And 6 is the expression of harmony. So we've got a toric field here being expressed. And the axis mundi, which is representing the forces of centrifugal and centripetal forces that we get from a chakra or a spinning thing. Things that revolve have these two principles, which reflect, once again, another synchronicity, the forces of creation and the forces of destruction, as there are like this in the symphony of dance, the preservation of matter, the preservation of cells in the body, that some cells have to pass away so that other cells can be born, so that you can keep the balance and the harmony. And this dynamic principle of 5 in the center speaks to us about 5 phi, right? No accident there that phi and 5, it's in the word. And the word vibe, to vibe, vibration. So, vibration is emitted from the sphere of 6, you see. So 4 is that stationary point of rest. 5 is that principle of movement. And 6 is the expression of vibration, because movement is expressed as 6. So obviously 6, a number Venus, vibration, music, tones. So we see how the ancients came up with the concepts related to the numbers, numerology, and how they came up with the principles related to the planetary numerological association. So it's, it's very interesting when we bring this little picture onto the scale here. Now we start to look at this in a very interesting way as well. Let me just check if we've got someone else joining us. No. Is Indie Stage off the stage? Oh, no, that's the picture you had. Okay, good. Just checking. Everybody's here. But yeah, so, I think like when we look at the Saturn story here, right? Look at the synchronicities. 9 plus 6, 15. Yeah. 10 plus 5, 15. 6 plus 9, 15. 6 plus 9, 15. Everything comes back to 15. And 5 being in the center. Take the center, 5, Mercury, out of the picture, and everything adds up to 10. So then we've got the 10 Sephirot being represented, right? Which in itself, I think, is quite an interesting concept, when we take the divine cross. So we say a cross 6 and 4 is 10, 8 and 2 is 10, 3 and 7 is 10. So everything revolves around this 5. And of course, 10 being an expression of, well, there are 9 numbers here, all 9 digits. There are 9 blocks. So this is the Vedic astrological chart, of course. And these 9 expressions of numer. Now, this is why we're talking about the breath, right? Numer and numer. I think there's a connection between the concept of numer and numer. And I think they have a lot to do with the breath. And they have a lot to do with these cosmic principles that are little engines through which life can sort of propagate. And so we see the mystic 9 becomes 10. So this is why the Kabbalah speaks about there are 10 Sefirot, not 9, not 11. You know, the Sefer Yetzirah is quite clear on this. The Zohar also bounces around these ideas, maybe in a slightly more abstract way. But so we can see, you know, these principles here, and the principle of the Ida and the Pingala as being opposite pulling directions. And literally, you'll see the same idea if you look at a Kundalini chakra, Ida Pingala. Let's see. Is that going to be overload for Google AI? Is it going to have a freak out session? Is it going to drop its... No, don't say that. So there's a good image that I think gets the job done. So we can see the same idea here. You don't talk about Google dropping its panties because Google will get offended. Google doesn't wear panties. So not as far as I know, not yet anyway. I'm sure they're working on getting Google a set. But yeah, we can see, you know, the ideas of the rotational axis, right? And that this goes here, goes here, goes here, goes here, goes here. And so there's these ideas of the serpent going, you know, 1. So here's 1, 2, 3.5, right? Cycles to get to the samadhi nadi, if you can call it that. So we see the same idea here as is expressing the notion of this rotational forces moving in opposite directions, if you will. So I don't know, what do you guys think? You know, Silas, you mentioned this. You have any crank? Is Silas with us?
I don't know. I don't hear him. Maybe he went to the other room or something.
Okay.
One thing
what do you
synchronicity
think?
is that the hazel tree that we were mentioning before is also considered to be the Yggdrasil on the bottom, with the Axis Mundi coming up, with the foliage coming up from the Dragon of the Yggdrasil at the bottom, which kind of ties in with this whole thing of the spine of the cross of Saturn and the...
Are you talking about this pillar?
Yeah.
So this thing is called the hazel tree, is it?
Yeah, it's called the hazel tree. But in
Beautiful.
the delineations of it, it's said that the little character on the very bottom is the dragon of the Yggdrasil tree. And there's a story that the master that was building the temple had to go abroad to expand his skills and knowledge and wisdom. And when he returned, he found that the apprentice had worked to build the most glorious pillar. And he was so angered that he murdered the apprentice. And there's little dots here and there amongst the chapel featuring elements of that event with the apprentice and the master squabbling and all that over this pillar. So there's a lot of really deeply imbued symbology with it. And I think there's 2 straight vertical pillars that are beside it, and it's the central pillar, which represents the unification of the 2 poles, oppositorium coincidentium, something of the sort.
Yeah, it's very interesting when we start to put pictures out, and here again, there's a synchronicity that's right in front of our faces, right? The synchronicity that a concept can be expressed as a picture. What do you think about that, Cosmic? How does that work for you? Like the idea that a picture can hold conceptual potential. Is it
Absolutely.
just me, or is that quite incredible?
I mean, if you think about it, like an image, it holds data, it holds, experiences. I mean, if you look at like any kind of like house, you can tell how old it is, whether something's been damaged or not. Like we kind of like wear our history on our appearances, in a way. So yeah, I think images are definitely kind of a way to sort of like compress a lot of information into a small sort of spot, but it's kind of like it's like a visual form of information.
Yeah, it blows my mind that that creation, everything seems to be a content of information. And we look at the word information, and it's like it's based around form. Yeah. So form in. So it comes from within. And yeah, our Titian completely to say a picture is 1,000 words.
I think out tuition, like instead of intuition, it's out tuition. It's a nice little play on words there. I like it.
And Mexico is saying here it relates to the seen and the unseen. And I like that because that's, I suppose, what symbolic expression is all about, right? Because the word sim and symmetry, and shows that like this is that, but that is this. So there's this left and right being implied, but you're looking at it from one perspective. So you're seeing the one side, but there's always another side to a symbol. And we forget that words are symbols too. And so I think we get so caught up in expressing meanings. And I think this is a big part of the problem in the modern world we're living in. That we've forgotten. Like when I mention things like that J and G is the same letter, people look at me. And I'm going, just do this. Forget what it means. Just close your eyes and go G, G. Feel the vibrations in your mouth. G. Now go J, J. The vibration's in the same place on the palate. It's the same place in the mouth. It's the same letter. It's just inside out. It's almost like the vibration's running that way. Now it's running that way. And when you go P or you go F, F, P, F, P, it's the one is soft. So everything seems to have this dual expression. If we look at the letters, the actual letters that we use, and we forget how many of these letters have got this really subtle duality to them,
Mm-hmm.
R or R, as they say in some languages, T or Th, Th, Th. There's a masculine and feminine element being expressed there. And K or S, the way C is used, not by accident. And then we look at He, Be, Be, He, Het, Be. So you see there's a connection even with other letters. So it seems to me that there's this very interesting relationship with sounds that we've been taught to ignore because we're so stuck on what we think a word means. I think in the old times, words' meanings were not based upon finite things. I think the subtle enunciations of the word would change the meaning. So the word live and the word love is the same word, but the subtle enunciations of the vowel,
Mm-hmm.
changed how, because live and love are the same thing if you think about it. Like you live, you love living. Like living is an expression of love, because you wouldn't exist if your mother and your father didn't go like, hey, let's get some loving going. And there had to be a lot of love to get you to be alive. Your parents had to sacrifice themselves, even animals, make certain self-sacrifices in order for the offspring to survive, in order to be able to. So we are like little bundles of love. That's what it means to be alive. When I think about it. Namaste, occult examiner. How goes your occult examinations? I hope that everything's going well, that you're thriving, that there are no, not too many challenges running through your world. It is a challenging time, though. So yeah, I think like when we look at these subtle principles, and we see this idea here, and I wanted to like really get into this in breath, out breath idea, right? In breath, out breath, in breath, out breath. So to me, when I look at this, I see something quite profound. Yeah. I see that the breath contains like the mysteries of all things. And here we see it again as well, right? Like we were talking about, whether we are focused on the petals, or whether we're focused on the tiny little triangles, or whether we're focused on the tetrahedrons, or whether we're focused on the cubes. Whichever way we do it, it all comes to the same point, doesn't it? In fact, I see pyramids in here too, you know. So, like to me, I think like the breath is the most profound thing to look at. And does not breath connect us? Is there not a synchronicity through breath? Am I not breathing out the same air that you're breathing in? Isn't that a kind of an expression of synchronicity? And if we're breathing the same air, then the same life force is animating your body that's animating my body. And the same air from the past and the future is the same air. It's just being recycled. So the past and the future are connected through the breath. You and me are connected through the breath. My life story, your life story is connected. And so yeah, to me, it seems like you can't really look at synchronicity without looking at its base imprint on the physical reality. And that base imprint to me seems to be fundamentally, it seems to be fundamentally expressed here. And I think Silas very well pointed out rather well, the Saturn cube, or the Saturn square, or the Saturn sigil. And look at the Saturn sigil for a moment. Isn't it interesting, right? What we've got here.
I wanted to
So
mention.
here we've got, sorry, yeah?
In the Bagawa square here to the left of the Saturn sigil, we have the number 5, which in a lot of ways represents the Tao, the mysterious source of all things, because number 5 is not part of the hexagrams that come the trigrams. The 5 is not part of the trigrams that come from the 8 numbers outside of it. And in a lot of ways, everything comes from the 5 and then returns back to the 5 in the cycle, kind of almost in a toroidal spiral.
I wanted to point something out, because you're talking about, Franklin, the relationship between language and to the sort of the musicality of the thing that they're referring. I think there's a kind of an interesting relationship between information and images, because in a lot of ways, if you think about older language, there was more of a one-to-one relationship with the thing that I was referring to. If you look at hieroglyphics, they're more like pictures, they're more things. But nowadays, language has become a lot more abstracted. It's a lot more, because things like kanji, like a Japanese writing language, for example. If I look at a bunch of kanji, I'm going to have no idea what it means, but I know it means something. I know it infers something. So from that perspective, this is just raw information. But the thing is with information is that we take certain letters and symbols and we pair them with images, experiences, and things and so forth. So if I say the word color to someone who doesn't speak the English language, they're just going to hear the sound color. They're not going to necessarily know that I'm referring to red, blue, orange, etc. But in my mind, I hear the word color and I have an image of a rainbow that's paired with that word. So in a lot of ways, I think that the problem with language is that the gap between images and information is becoming wider and wider when we feel that, it's almost like language for the sake of simplicity. We try to make the symbols as simplistic as possible. But I think in a lot of ways, we're losing some magical resolution in the same way when you take an image and you kind of stretch it out and it's got all these like big pixels and you can't really see the details. I think in the same way we're kind of doing that with symbols. It's losing its kind of like its magical, mystical sort of resolution. I think you can kind of evident see that like a lot of like philosophers or people like Derrida who basically say that like he thinks that there's really no relation, there's no meaning in text, or that it's all kind of like everything kind of begins and ends with words, and words in themselves. He thought that words are completely meaningless. But I think he kind of like but because he was also an atheist, he didn't really believe in anything mystical. He was a kind of a communist type. But I think it highlights exactly what you're talking about, and that's what's happening culturally speaking. It's like we've lost our symbols and our archetypes have so lost of meaning that people just think that it was all meaningless to begin with. They never even realized that it used to be more meaningful, and there used to be something more deeper and connecting to us, something larger. So I think in a lot of ways, information and the images, I think when we have the information sort of like, because if you think of like something more like an abstract symbol of like an eyeball or like a tree or something, like it's not exactly an eyeball, it's not exactly a tree, it might be poorly drawn, but what it's referring to, what experience in the world it's trying to emulate. And I think as history has progressed, that we've gone further and further away from that dynamic for the sake of simplicity. Because if like you look at those like those graphs of like how letters have evolved over time, like ancient alphabet to modern alphabet, the trend you kind of notice is everything starts to become more simplified, more kind of rudimentary, more basic, lacking any kind of like expressiveness. There's not a lot of curly lines. It's very kind of like formulaic and organized. And I think in a lot of ways we kind of lost some of the resolution in that in how language has evolved over time.
I like that, and loss of resolution. I think it's really good, a metaphor, a good way of looking at it. And I think that's like so on point, and I also like you, I can understand why it would have been done. But I can also see a sinister element to it. I can see how, okay, so where did all of our writing and our knowledge came from? It came from the church. They controlled it. And the kings and queens and the royalty controlled it, right? So, all of our history was written by a few people that were given okay, you can write, the king would give permission. So a lot of this, I think, seems to be the control of minds, control of people. I think when you're working with symbols, it's a lot harder to control someone's thoughts. Would you guys agree with that? I'll give you an example, like a painting. I can paint a painting, and it can be a powerful emotional experience, but everybody's going to get a very different experience from it. But if I write a few words, everybody's going to have the same idea. So a lot is lost in translation with symbolism. And I think there was something interesting that Mehiko mentioned earlier, adding to what you were saying about symbols being a connection between the seen and the unseen, which is obviously where symbols have been used mostly in occult architecture, philosophies, and spiritual practices. There's also this notion of the contract, It's like you only have one part of something when you got a symbol. You don't have the whole story. And on some level, you know that you don't have the whole story because it's a symbol. You know that if you contemplate the symbol, it's going to reveal more. And you know that your idea and perspective on it is going to be completely different to somebody else's. You know, if I write words like the boy ran and jumped, it's a very clear idea, right? Everybody's thinking about a boy running and jumping. But if I paint a picture of a boy in mid-air that's jumping, you're going to have so many different perspectives on what that is. Is he falling? Is he jumping? Is he flying? You know? So there's a lot of different things. Is he floating? You know, your imagination has got to work, and you got to pick one or two. With words, there's nothing to pick so much. Like, you pick the words, that's what they are. Like, he did that. Okay, so it makes it very dull and finite. There's not much that you can like use your imagination to add to the story.
Well,
so
yeah,
the picture
because
is like,
if you think about it, the words are guiding the imagery, right? So you have a word, so when you're just looking at an image, there's no story being told. So you can look at the image and like, I'm going to come up with a story that explains this image. Whereas with a book, the story is already being explained. So it's almost like the images are actually being imposed onto your mind when you write it. And it's like you're processing the words and then you're processing the image. So it's like, you know, for my system, you're kind of using you're thinking of two conceptual Zerf axes at once. Whereas if you're just looking at the picture, you have a Zerf axe of free space that you can kind of basically add in whatever you want. But I think sometimes with words, though, you also have to consider that, like, you know, if I say that there's a dog at my front door, what kind of dog are you going to imagine? Are you going to imagine a big golden retriever? Are you going to imagine a little poodle? Are you going to imagine like a shepherd dog? Are you going to imagine like a cartoon dog with sunglasses? So I think having an imagination too is also kind of like, you know, thinking about like the types of images that words express. Because even when we think of images, like a tree, for example, not everybody is going to think about the exact same tree when they're told to think about a tree. Like you might think of like a regular, like an apple tree, but I might be thinking of like a pine tree or a birch tree. Somebody might be thinking of a palm tree, for example. So in a lot of ways with words, there's also that flexibility too. But I think when it comes to texts, I always like think about the difference between religious texts and fairy tales. See, a religious text, when you read a religious text, it's presented as sort of the truth. And it's like something that you have to follow, you have to believe, and you have to question. Whereas with fantasy and fairy tales, it's like you get the same kind of mystical knowledge, the same occult information, but it lacks that controlling authoritative aspect. You know, it's just a fun story that you can enjoy. And I think like that's kind of why in a lot of ways I feel sometimes like when it comes to like, you know, one of the reasons why I'm into like, you know, fae magic and the whole fairy thing is I think overall, if I look back at my life, I kind of feel like, you know, fantasy and fairy tales have deeper emotional resonance with me. It's something I connected to on a deeper level. And I think one of the reasons is because of that, there's something more freeing about that. Is it's just something that kind of adds to your imaginative palette. Like you got these new ideas, you got dragons and wizards and, you know, mystical places and mystical objects, but there isn't this sense that you have to believe it. You're forced to take it in. Whereas with religion, it's like, oh, you know, you have to accept that, you know, the Garden of Eden was literal, or you have to accept that, you know, you're going to hell and this is real. It becomes very authoritative and frightening. And you feel like that story is being forced upon you. It's being forced upon your subconscious. Whereas with fantasy literature, it just kind of like sits in the, you know, the sideline. You can kind of accept it or resonate with it, well, you know, whether you want to or not. So I think that also when it comes to, you know, information and myths and the stories we tell us, and I think it's not just the language, but I think also just the general context too of is this a story that you're reading, just for fun or just for insight or inspiration, or is this some authoritative text from a deity, and if you don't believe in the text, you're going to go to hell. There's a very different dynamic there, and when stories are kind of forced upon us, it's like we don't really have a choice in the matter. Whereas like with fiction, in a lot of ways, we can choose which fictional stories we want, which ones we resonate with. There isn't the sense of this like forced nature. And I think this kind of idea in general, I think can apply to other aspects of spirituality. And in a lot of ways, it kind of like, sums up my overall philosophy on things.
Yeah, so I think I've been gathering from what you guys have been going on here about that words can really provide a little bit more clarity because they can provide more precision and accuracy referentially as to refer to something in particular. But it seems like symbols have more power for the imagination. They can really provide more expansion. And even though it's not going to pin people down to the same place, it's going to bring people to the same portal or door to be able to expand from. So it has fluidity in its ability to expand.
I think the only kind of like drawback to that is that kind of once you know what the symbol means, it doesn't have that free range power. Because like I was thinking about, like, you think about magical symbols, like astrological symbols, the Hebrew Kabbalah. It's so mystical when you first see those symbols and you have no idea what they mean. They're just these weird kind of like hieroglyphs and figures, and you're like, you kind of wonder what those means, and that intrigues your imagination, and you start to come up with ideas in your head. And I think like when it comes to like sigils or creating your own, that's what's interesting about my experiment or my Fey magic project, is that when I came up with my alphabet and I channeled it, I had no idea what any of the symbols meant. I just wrote the letters down, but with the sound associated with them. And it actually, what I did was like for like the next like 6 months to a year, I spent time like letting the symbols reveal what they actually meant. And over time, just kind of looking at them and seeing them, how they relate to the other symbols, this picture of what the symbols mean and what they refer to kind of formed organically just through studying the shape and the size and like, the colors that I kind of weirdly associate with them. And so when you have a new symbol, there's like all this potential for new kinds of meaning. Whereas with a lot of us, I think one of the reasons, if you think about like the English alphabet, why it's not really very magical is because there's no mystery behind the letters. You know what the letters mean, you know what they refer to. Whereas when you look at an old alphabet, you don't necessarily have a reference point as to what the letters are referring to. And so that creates a lot more room for your imagination to explore and pontificate the potential possibilities of what those symbols mean. And I think that's why symbols are powerful, because they're more vague, they're more open to interpretation and how you conceive of them. And because they have that openness, I think in a lot of ways, they're not as quite as authoritative on your mind, and you kind of use them to your own will and use them to your own means as a way to understand the universe.
Yeah, I love that. And I love how powerful, that is. Like when you're talking about, this is the thing about our alphabets. And I think this is like important for understanding synchronicity, because the synchronicity that connects us to each other right now, the field of synchronicity, or the word. And so we find this idea of the word being resplendent and reflective of creation, and how fundamental this is towards, manifesting body and whatever aspects of ourself is being manifested here in reality. So it makes me want to look at, like, for example, like, okay, so keeping the Saturn square in mind, just to throw this back at us so we've got it fresh in our mind. Number 5 sits in the middle, Mercury. And then we've got 6 and 4. And 4 represents the rest, the stability, the grounded form, structure, planning, organizing factor, but it's very stuck. It's very stubborn, doesn't want to move. 5 represents totality of movement, but it represents movements in such a pure form of movement that it's totally at rest within movement. I know this is a bit of a conundrum, but understand that if you're in a if your movement is continuity, if you're on a train, it feels like you're not moving, and you look out of the window and everything else is moving. It's that idea. And then, of course, 6 represents a reflection of harmony of form. This makes me want to okay, let's go. Let's just do a little bit of a dive here. So it makes me want to stop and go into, there we go, you're the one. Makes me want to look at justice. Now, justice obviously is a really important tarot card when we look at the major arcana is the ascent of the serpent. It's the path towards unity and the revelation of the inner child of the fool. And the fool's journey is the hero's journey. Now, justice is the pivot. In the astrological wheel, it sits the furthest, and it acts as the proverbial fulcrum for the wheel to turn around, as it were. And interesting that I mentioned the wheel, right? So if we look at this, we've got Aleph. Aleph is the fool. Everything represents Aleph. Aleph is broken into 20 parts. Now we're going into the Mayan story, 20 parts. So the Aleph is broken into 20 parts. And those 20 parts revolve around the 21st part, which is justice. And so justice represents the sword and the scales. And justice is an emanation of Libra, is an emanation of Venus, is an emanation of number 6, when we want to get right down to it. It's the active part of 6. Taurus is the passive part of 6. So there's this polarity between the Hierophant and justice. And when you look at their tools and how they are represented, you'll see there's this yang yin potential. But now we look at this. This is the 11th trump. But we go, so Aleph, the first of the Phoenician letters that became Paleo-Hebrew that we now have as Hebrew, but they've managed to keep the integrity of the concepts. They haven't changed the letters. They've still got the shapes might have changed a bit, the way it's pronounced might have changed a bit, but the same continuity is here between the Paleo-Hebrew and the Phoenician, which is the 22 basic forms. So the Aleph is the ox, right? That's the first one. That represents all of the other 21. Then we've got Bet Gimal Dalet He Vav Zain Chet Tet Yod Kaf, right? Kaf, the wheel, very important. We end with the wheel, Jupiter, and that's 10. Then we've got Lamet, right, which is number 30, and that sits then as like a pivot on the scales, almost like on the one side you've got the 10. Then you go Lamet, Mem Nun Samek Ayin Pe Tzadi Kof Resh Shin Tav. So there you got the other 10, right? Tav being the world, right? Resh being the sun, Tzadi being the star, right? Or we missed out Kof. Kof is before Resh, the moon. And before the star, Tzadi, we've got Pe, the tower. Before the tower, we've got the devil, and so forth and so forth and so forth. So we see we've got these 10 cards that stand after Libra, the justice, and we've got the 10 cards that stand before it. And so these two 10s are balancing on the pivot here as an expression of the 10 potencies and the powers of the Sephirot that are unseen, the first 10, right? Bet Jimal Dalet He Vav Zain Chet Tet Kaf. So those are the unseen potentials that are working hidden. And then we've got the outward expressions of these, which is obviously the ones that follow. And so that becomes mime, becomes the beginning of the expression, water. So the manifestation starts in water, mime. And from there is this potential of transformation and change, Nun, the fish within the water, life, right? Then Samek, there's a support. There's something coming out of the water. There's a land mass, right? And then we've got Ayin, the eye. Perception starts to become distinct from awareness, right? And so we're looking at evolution here, right? And then from Ayin, we've got Pe. Then there's a communication. Information starts getting shared one way or another. Nutrition, form. And from this idea of the Ayin, which represents the eye, and the mouth, which represents the ability to inform. We're now looking at Mars's expression, which is number 9 on the Enneagram, and that selfless humanitarian element, which is basically bringing from the out. So we got Scorpio, that deep sensitive root, and Aries, that deep expressive movement and force in the universe. And from there we go to Tadi, which is Aquarius, which is once again Saturn's receptive potential, which is the water, managing these 2 different flows of water, the information that moves in 2 different directions. And after the star, Tzadi Kuf, we've got that lunar potential, the back of the head, which is that recessive, developing the intuitive functions, that the functions of being able to respond, mammalian senses, serpentine senses. We have them all. It starts, I suppose, with the serpent. And from there, Resh developed, and that's the frontal lobes, and that's the rational intellect. And then, the Resh became an expression of the principle of fire, and that fire balances the Aleph, right? It works with the Aleph. That fire is the impetus, that expansiveness that forces us towards moving towards passion and desire that moves towards matter. And that is where we find ourselves locked within Saturn's space, Saturn's cube that we see reflected here. Saturn's cube, where 5 sits in the center. And let's not forget that 5 sits in the center. So we get back to this idea that we're looking at Libra here. Now, Libra is an expression of number 6, right? Being an expression of number 6 on one hand, but on another hand, Libra is also an expression of number 4. Taurus holds the qualities of 4's vibration within Taurus. Even though it's a Libra, on the feminine, taking it in, it becomes very stable and very formative and structured. So that earth element is so strong within this potential of toric, which is the toric field that manifests Saturn. Now we see number 11 here. The 11th card is actually related to something, the 12th. And this gets really interesting. So when we look at that, we see that this is related to the 12th, but the 11th springs from the 10th. So there's this dynamic relationship here between the wheel of fortune, right, which is where this justice is stringing from, because justice is what governs the wheel of fortune. The wheel of fortune is perfect mathematics, but the wheel of fortune is also the reason that justice exists. And that takes us to sort of consider what this is the center of the story, which is number 5. Now, number 5 is the expression of Mercury. And Mercury, here we can see, is sort of, look at what Mercury is wearing, right? The Ouroboros is around the waist, and there's a purity within. So, but the activity and the action of red is on the outside. And all the tools are here on the table. All the tools that will produce the movement. And the significance of the upward pointing and the downward pointing forces are what symbolizes the chakra, the spinning and the rotational axis of atoms and movement of planets, and everything that we can think of that's continually revolving is revolving because of this force. And it's an infinite spiral of movement. We can see it above his head. The sense of continuity is there, and all the tools to maintain the fashioning of this pattern is within the magician. And then we look at the magician more closely and we go, well, that's really quite interesting, because when we look at the magician, he is an expression of the Aleph. And so the Aleph, being the expression of the magician, shows the movement here. This Aleph is ready to just jump off the cliff, or is he reaching the top of his hill, or is he descending from the great hill? Regardless, he's bringing the power of the sun with him as he moves. And you can see his rod is literally channeling the power of the sun through his stave. So that the fool then becomes the expression that becomes this. So when we look at the Saturn square now a little more closely, we can see how this axis mundi is the magician in the center. And the magician in the center is binding the movement and the harmony that is governed by justice, right? And the Hierophant's potential is sitting here as like something to root it into. So the conditioning factors that will become the expressions of harmony is bound by the principle of dynamism, which is Mercury, which is number 5. And so we see this root of the axis mundi being expressed here with the centripetal and centrifugal forces, which are expressed in the story of the tarot. Now, why are we bringing this up? Well, the letter A came from this concept. Yeah, that's where the letter A comes from. So the letter A is really that very complicated story being expressed there. And so what do we see as the A? We see as the A as being something that connects two things, right? So, you know, that what do we see within the A? We see a triangle, don't we? When you draw an A, you see a triangle. And when you draw an A in another way, you see that there's this flow that starts to take you to the next flow, that takes you to the next flow. It's almost like that segment between the breaths, which is so important, I think, for like keeping the continuity of movement. And so these symbols that we think of as alphabetical letters really come from these pictures, these dynamic and complicated pictures that really have so much to say. And but we think of it as just an A. I don't know, what would you guys say?
What was the question again?
No. I was talking about how the alphabetical letters that we take, like, okay, so A comes from Phoenician, and the Phoenician A came from Egyptian hieroglyphics. And the Egyptian hieroglyphics basically have been stored in the major arcana as concepts. And these concepts are reflected here by these symbols. And these symbols tell the story of the hieroglyphic potential of what became the Phoenician A. And then we can look at this and we can go, okay, here we have what became the Phoenician L. Yeah? So the letter L was then coming from this set of symbols, right? And we could go here and we could see, well, the letter K, as we know it, the C, the cup of the hand, comes from this particular image. And so we can see how, you know, the hand is something that can turn a circle, keep the wheel turning, as it were. And sorry, I made a mistake. The letter B, comes from this one.
Oh.
B, and the letter A comes from the fool. So the letter A, which is the release of the breath, which is basically this force of life, the A coming through the fool as the Aleph, which is the alphabet, the elephant in the room, as it were. And excuse my error just now, I was not thinking. And the B, which becomes the expression of Mercury, the expression of the magician, as the magician is this expression of B. And if you think about what a B is, it's the word that will make ball, bat, bomb, bowl. It contains everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a letter that's got to do with containment. And you look at A as a letter, for example, and you go like A or E will be like air. It's like between things. It connects it. Antics is behavior that other people are perceiving of you. Animal, right? Anim, all. Anim, all anim. So the anima, reflections of the human spirit and consciousness, shamanically, are what we see as the animals. So this is also got to do with like reflections of things. One reflection is another thing. All, the word all comes from there as well. The word at is like a relationship between where you are and where something else is. That's where at, so like all of these letters have got their own meanings that we've lost. And I think that within a word, there's a lot of synchronous potential that we don't appreciate. And this is why neuro-linguistic programming works as powerfully as it does to condition our breathing cycles.
Yeah, and the attic is above it all. The A.
Yeah, man.
So
Above.
after the A and the B comes the G or the C? Or is there kind of a connection between?
Yes, the G and the J.
And the Gimel.
And that would be the high priestess.
Mhm.
And that is the G of the Freemasons. That's why they have the letter G. Because it relates to that principle, which is like the mystic revelations of the high priestess. And D obviously is door or die or a date. So that relates to Venus's potential being expressed, and
Yes.
D would then be related to what potential changes you can make. Yeah.
Yeah, D for Delta, like where the river comes to the sea. D being like the fish that goes through the waters. Yeah, I think D is like movement and change in a lot of ways.
So how do these shapes influence our breathing?
What does Daleth
Like-
represent?
Sorry?
What is Daleth?
Dalet is a doorway or like a space you can move through.
Yeah, change going through into new.
Yeah. And so we see that Dalet is essentially fundamentally an expression of Venus.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
why we talk about the Empress, right? The Empress represents Venus. You see the Venus all over the Empress. And now Dalet is, of course, what rules justice. So the doorway you can walk through is expressed in its masculine form as justice, which is like that whole. Imagine like okay. Let me show you what I'm getting at. Maybe I'm not being so articulate, and maybe a picture really does speak 1,000 words. No, I don't want to share screen. Whoops, I cut off all the other things. But anyway, present. Let me present an image so I can show you what I'm getting at here more clearly, and that should hopefully make more sense. Where is it? So there we go. So this idea here that people don't always realize is when I'm talking about this enneagram, I want you to understand that this enneagram is something that you're moving through. Imagine it's like a tube. You're moving through a tube. So if you conceptualize that this is a tube that you're moving through, and in the center of the tube is negative space where there is no number, and hence you've got Pluto in the center because Pluto doesn't have any number. So you can say like 0 is in like just representing no number, right? As just a placeholder for no number. So you're moving through a tube, and that tube is constructed of these 9 different potentials. But that tube that you're moving through, right? That tube is being governed by 6. 6 is on the extremity of the governance. And the beginning of the governance is 4, right? Because the 6 and the 4 make the 1. And now we look at the at this particular one. Oh gosh, I've closed that down. Let me reopen that. Now you look at the image, share screen, and then you see here. There we go. You see here, the 6 and the 4 in the Saturn square represents this axis mundi notion. And the 5 is that pivotal point. And so that pivotal point then being 5, you could see is the magician standing in the center, right? As an expression of mercurial potential. Obviously, Mercury being Tahuti or being Hermes is the magician, right? So they stand at the center with all the tools laid out around them, and they are like conducting the symphony. But they have to follow the divine principles of the law, and the law that they have to follow has been carefully laid out for them. And that law is the law of justice, right? So the magician is bound by the law of justice. And so you could say that justice is an expression of the potential of Mercury, of the law, of that magician potential, where hence it stands in its place where it does in the major arcana, which is why you've got the passive that follow it on the way into the more dynamic, internalized expressions of the internal journey, and before it comes the more dynamic, externally represented steps of the internal journey. But these 10 steps on the one side represent the 10 steps on the other side as well. So there's this like interesting, and this is why Lamet is so important. Like that one of the more known names of God is Aleph Lamet, Al or El, and Allah, and all of these names comes back to this potential of Lamet being that driving, controlling potential, the universal justice, which is carrying the scales of Ma'at, and so able to keep track of the turning so that the turning has rhythm. Otherwise, there would just be vibrations, and Venus's vibrations would have no, Taurus would become like the toric field would collapse within itself if it didn't have the justice of the yang and the yin. So Venus is yang and the yin. So Venus becomes a toric field, interestingly enough. And so we see, Venus holding this important point in the axis mundi as that outward potential of the axis mundi to keep the circle turning. And so everything revolves around the 6, fundamentally, even though 5 is the center, because 6 is an expression of 5. You see that relationship between the magician and the relationship between the justice is that fundamental expression. And the same thing can be seen by the number of 4. So you could say that you've got Taurus and Libra dancing around Mercury, and that Mercury and Venus are in a dance of love, and they maintain the structure of the axis mundi between them. The potentials are blended in such a way to produce what we see as the axis mundi. You could see Mercury as being the heart of Venus if you look at it from this perspective, which would then mean that Venus is the body of Mercury. And now when we look at it from the sun, right, Venus could be seen as being an expression, right, that we experience from Mercury. So it's like it's interesting when we look at this. I hope I haven't gone too abstract, Cosmic.
Oh, you're definitely abstract, but that's what you do. That's what you do, man. You be you.
Well, to me, like, symbols are the key. So like, what is synchronicity? Is it the symbols of the world dancing and bouncing against each other? Sorry, someone was going to say something.
Yeah, synchronicity is what it is with these symbols. And I wanted to mention that for a long time in astrology, they didn't have the ice giants involved in designating the different horoscopes and zodiacs. And so it was around 1781 that William Herschel discovered Uranus in modern history. And then not until 1846 was Neptune discovered. And then in 1930, Pluto was discovered in modern times. Not to say that they weren't known of in previous times, and maybe in antediluvian times as well. So we have associations with these various planets. You know, previously there was just planets up until Jupiter and Saturn, which are associated with Zeus and Kronos, but also associated with Thor and Heimdallr, Norse gods. Then they've named these other planets the names that they have today since the last few hundred centuries. And so we have Neptune, which is associated with Poseidon, also associated with Njord, the Norse god. And then we have Pluto associated with Hades, also associated with Hel, the Norse goddess. So there's a lot of associations and connections there with these, but it's interesting that the designations of the zodiacs to Neptune and Uranus and Pluto are in fairly recent times, in the last few centuries.
Here's an interesting way I was thinking about this just now, because if you think about the whole astrology in that kind of hermetic, as above, so below, you have like this, throughout antiquity, you have the 7 planets, right? You got your Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Moon, Earth, Venus, Mercury, etc. But you talk about the discovery of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. But I'm kind of thinking, what if the reason that we see those planets is because as we come into the modern age, we develop new aspects of consciousness. And because there weren't those aspects of consciousness before, we had to be aligned with new planets to accompany these additional insights and additional perception changes that humanity has that we perhaps not before. So as we evolve, our sense of a relationship to the cosmos expands. So if you think about the Middle Ages, God was kind of seen from, us to the planet Saturn, and Saturn was kind of like the edge of the universe, something that was like the zodiac. But then as we kind of like go deeper into space, that expansion of space corresponds with the expansion of culture, the expansion of consciousness. For example, and you think about I'll think of it to you like this way, in the 30s, that's when LSD was essentially synthesized, and that's around the same time the planet Pluto was discovered. So kind of an analogy I'm thinking about is like you have this new chaotic psychedelic dimension that wasn't necessarily around in that Middle Ages kind of consciousness, and so it's almost like as humanity evolves its consciousness, it needs new planets, new kind of mystical sensory organs to kind of accompany those changes and that spiritual development. It's almost like as we evolve, as humanity's consciousness evolves, the solar system and our sense of space evolves too. It's almost like there's as we become higher dimensional in our ascent, spiritual awakening and whatnot. It's almost like we need new planets, new stars to accompany these new energies and new insights and give us that as above, so below direct relationship. Or you could look at it, maybe more of God is revealing itself as we explore consciousness. So I like that kind of that idea that, you think of like the sun to Saturn, that's where man's consciousness was before, but now we're, the sun to Pluto. And because, and the discovery of those planets corresponds, because you mentioned that Uranus was discovered in the late 1700s and Neptune was discovered in the 1800s. That was happening around the same time that humanity was going through a vast shift in consciousness. The printing press is invented, scientific inquiry is starting to become more of a dominant thing in society. Thoughts and culture is evolving at a faster and faster rate. And it's almost like the solar system, in a way, like, think about, here's a kind of a weird idea. What if it's like in the Middle Ages, like Saturn, though there really were 7 planets, but as humans' consciousness evolved, new planets were added to the solar system. I know that's kind of a crazy thought, but I think symbolically and story wise, I think it kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I love that. The synchronicity of the discovery of planets with the era and ages through which humanity has been moving. I think it's very powerful. And you mentioned like the expansion and the contraction there. And I think that that's such a powerful perspective, because now we're talking about the breath, right? The expansion of the lungs, the contraction of the lungs. And so, sorry, wrong image. So, talking about contraction and expansion and this breathing cycle. Obviously, the breathing cycle itself is 666, according to this square. But when we look at the numbers, they are talking of 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, right? But when you take 5 out of the 15, right, because the 5 is the center, the 5 conducts the symphony of movement but doesn't move. Isn't there like a bit of a conundrum in that idea? 5 sits in the eye of the storm, brings all the movement to the entire circle but doesn't move because it sits within the center of the story. So when you imagine that 5 is the mobility, but the mobility that doesn't move, that creates everything else to move, then you've got 10 building around it. So let's look at this idea of 10 and 15, and there's a great way of looking at it, right? So when we talk about contraction, we're talking about the expression of Saturn's potential, right? And here we have the devil. And the devil is really a wonderful little way of looking at the way in which this contraction, which is a macrocosmic thing. And so we're looking at Capricorn as the macrocosmic face of Saturn, because Saturn is a microcosmic concept. So this contraction towards matter, because it's macrocosmic, it's moving towards matter, we see the number 15. Isn't that interesting? And then we look at the principle of expansion. Now, expansion is a microcosmic event, because we are expanding from internal outwards towards the macrocosm, towards the world. And here we see the number 10. So, there's an interesting concept to just like symbolically what you're talking about. And those two principles act as like the fulcrum and the rudder. Now, that contraction and expansion has to move from one circle to another circle. And now we're going like back to the fundamental, from one circle to the next. Because when you're moving, if you're in one circle and you move outwards, you end up in the heart of another circle, and you expand outwards to end up in the heart of another circle, and you expand outwards to end up. So when you expand to the perimeter of your circle, from the origin of your circle, you're in the heart of another circle, which means you have to expand out towards. So this is talking about octave shift, isn't it? Right? Center of the circle, expand out to the on the edge, I'm in the heart of another circle. Now I've got to expand. So I'm moving from one octave field to another octave field to another octave field. And this is how the divine justice operates. So these little rules, these rules of synchronicity have got to do with the expansion from the origin to the periphery. And where this periphery touches another periphery is where you're going to get a synchronicity. And the synchronicity between two peripheries are always going to be in the heart of an expanding spiral. So now we come back here. So the heart of this expanding spiral, we can see it here. Here's the runes for it, right? And, there's this spinning cross, which is also the swastika. Very interesting. Can be represented as such. And this is that expansion outwards towards the macrocosm. And we see, like, obviously the principle here, you see the sword of Libra is being bound here, right? And we see the four elements being out there. So you're expanding towards the 4 elements of matter, the 4 directions, if you will. And so that's quite oh gosh, I didn't put it there. I'm so sorry. So the image I was talking about, the Wheel of Fortune, you're in the center, expanding outwards towards the periphery. And that expansion towards the periphery is rather fundamental to this flower of life that I was talking about, that I was describing, that I thought you guys could see. And sorry about that. That was my not looking to see that it was actually on screen. So I was talking about how the center in one circle expands to become the periphery of this circle, which becomes the center of the next circle, and so forth. And that where this circle expanding from this center meets in the center of this circle is this circle's periphery meeting there. And this point of periphery meeting periphery within the center of a different circle is what we call synchronicity. And then this is an octave shift. From one circle to the next circle is an octave shift. And these octave shifts are basically moving us around in a cycle of octave shifts. So like what you're talking about then, as an idea, cosmic, is that these cosmic shifts, synchronicities being reflected back at us, come at points of change between one octave point and another, and then there would be a symbolic representation of this manifesting in the physical realm, like you say, the planets. You know, these planets being objectivized and documented at these times, although I don't think we didn't know about these planets. Because, you know, the NAD has always been around. And I think like maybe some of the information might have been lost or purposefully hidden. Who knows? Like, but this Saturn square is way, way, way older. Right? Is way older than any of this. And so Uranus and Neptune is accounted for within the 4 and the 7, with the north and the south nodes of the moon, since they have that relativity. And the Pluto is really the substance of the cube. So it's like the center, you know, the toe, the plow, if you will. Don't you find it interesting how we named Pluto after the plow? Yeah? Doesn't that seem to suggest something to us?
That's interesting. What does Pluto sound like a plow, and what origins does that connection come from?
It's literally plow toe.
Oh, plow
You know
toe,
when you
yeah.
toe something?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's that big wheel that turns that creates big changes. So when the plow toe enters your sphere, your horoscope, whatever, it's going to bring a lot of, like, you know, it's going to change the orientation of your circle completely. You think you're facing north, now you're facing northeast, kind of thing. Because plow toe has pulled you. It's sort of shifted your orientation.
It kind of comes in and plows things and changes them up and gets Saturn ready to sow the seeds and reap the harvest.
That's very interesting. A sow, a doe, a deer. What's a female deer? Is a female deer a sow?
Is she a doe?
Yeah, I think it's a doe.
The sow
Is
is
that a
a
female deer?
female pig.
What's a sow? Is a female pig? Sorry.
A sow, female pig, I believe.
Sow, yeah. That's interesting. You know, I suppose a pig would have pigs would have prepared the ground.
Yeah.
Because they stomp the ground, they roll around in the ground, they mix the ground around and make it, like, you know, soft, so you can now
to hunt
put seeds
truffles.
in there.
They dig up the truffles.
Yeah, exactly. They like, you know, prepare the ground for sowing. So would it be female pigs who would be more predominantly doing that than male pigs? I wonder.
Especially the pregnant ones. They're hungry.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
So there must be a relationship between the sowing of seeds and the female pig in ancient times. Because you would have gone to where the female pig had been digging the ground and think, oh, this ground is perfect for me to put seeds in. It's done the work. Well, why would I go and dig up the ground and churn the ground and dig it up and dig it and churn it and dig it and churn it? The pig has already found the ground that's wet. It's churned up the ground and it's rolled around in it to kill the fleas and the lice on its body. So it's already found the perfect place. So if you want to know where to plant seeds, follow a female pig. Now, could that be seen as a synchronicity from a shamanic perspective? The shaman is sitting and he sees a female pig and he goes, I have read a great omen for this village. It is a good time to sow seeds because there's been female pigs around, right? The coming of female pigs mean the ground is being prepared for the sowing of seeds. So you should go out and find these soft, perfect ground and put your seeds in it. So to me, it's like, where does metaphor and symbolism meet actual matter? I think the relationship is more fundamental than what we realize, and the nature of these words encompassing and consuming, says Bernadine. Don't know why I called you Bernadette. Sorry. And thunder. You were talking about dragons. Dragons are a really interesting concept, aren't they?
Yeah, universal.
Mixture of a bird and a serpent.
Mm-hmm.
So
for me, I think of synchronicity as something that kind of links the worlds together. It always has it's always like to me, I always think of it as being like a pair dynamic, of like taking two variables in the universe and linking them together. An interesting synchronicity I just remember now was, I think it was actually probably like just a couple of years ago. I had a dream. I was in this apartment and somebody was like cooking a fish for some reason, and people were like complaining about it because it was like it smelled bad. It's like, why are you cooking this fish here? And then I wake up in real life to the smoke detector going off, like at the exact moment. And my smoke detector doesn't go off like frequently at all. This is like just one like random instance because it never goes off. And it's like those moments like that where it's like where you see the physical reality and you have the dream reality, and there's a direct correlation between the two. That to me is what I always think of in terms of a synchronicity. It always has like kind of a pairing aspect to it. Maybe that's just kind of my definition, but I always think of it like that. And then if you go back to the Magician tarot card, if you think about that infinity symbol, what is that infinity? It's kind of like a sideways 8, but I kind of look at it as two circles kind of joined together. If you think about, like, I always, in my Fey magic system, I think you already know, but maybe the audience doesn't know that I'm not super big on oneness. I'm not one of the non-dual types, because I feel like true infinity actually comes from two multiplying, multiplying with each other, reproducing male and female to constantly birth more infinite forms. And I think that's what this that symbol above the magician's head actually represents. And I think it's also interesting. I kind of noticed this parallel that the Fool tarot card has one circle over his head, whereas the magician has two circles over his head. I think that's kind of symbolically interesting. See that? You see like the
that's
O
a beautiful
kind of on
observation.
top of that. I always think it's interesting too, like the way the Fool card, it's angled to this down left. Everything is like the water is going down left, the cliff, the way he's holding the bindle over his head, and the rays of the sun. It has this kind of like this downward leftward trajectory. It's very asymmetrical in that regard. Whereas the Magician tarot card's a lot more symmetrical, and it's because if you think about the Fool, is almost something that is kind of like he doesn't have that sense of symmetry. Everything is kind of angled in this one way, whereas a lot of the other tarot cards have that sort of symmetrical aspect. I think that's kind of what's interesting about this particular card is it's like one of the few, major arcana in the deck that has that kind of asymmetrical sort of look to it, and it represents. And that's another aspect of visual language explaining something, because if you're somebody who's a Fool, you don't have your things in order. You're kind of looking at things in a chaotic way. things aren't necessarily in balance yet because you're foolish. And that's kind of represented by that kind of that weird, like, asymmetrical aspect. Because I think about, like, if you look at the, I'm going to look at my my notes on the tarot here just to kind of give myself a little bit of a reference point. But yeah, you look at all the symbols, for like most of them have a kind of are very symmetrical. Like, it's not all of them, but thinking about symmetry. And that's another thing I think about. Like, we all talk about like symmetry and how these points connect, and how the 5 gives way to the 3 and the 4 and the 7. It all lines up. But you never ask yourself, from like a subjective psychological perspective, why do we find symmetry aesthetically pleasing to our eyes? Like, that's a deeper question that I've kind of been sort of thinking that. And the reason that I think about why symmetry is aesthetically pleasing is because it's the union of opposites. In the same way, when you have two lovers kind of like embracing each other, like when you look at this enneagram, if you take that 9 and you cut this image in half, you have a very different shape. It's not quite as neat and symmetrical. It just kind of see like the sort of the spiky, sort of like a brass knuckles. But when you have the second half and you mirror it in a sphere, you see this kind of symmetrical relationship, and there's a kind of a harmony that exists between that, sort of visually speaking. So, there's a lot more to unpack even beyond the numbers and the symbols, and just the sheer character of the lines, how they're presented, where are they situated, and so forth.
Yeah,
I think that. Carry on, please, brother.
Oh, go ahead. You can respond to that. I was gonna respond to a previous.
No, after you. I can wait. Trust me.
Sounds
Carry
good.
on, brother.
In response to what Franklin was asking about the dragons and the representation of their symbolism, I wanted to mention the work of Hermes Trismegistus and his mention of in his work Poimandres, where he met the cosmic mind, universal mind, as presenting itself to him as a dragon. And that concept of the universal mind is also present in the works of Walter Russell, where he said to have received his work from channeling by the cosmic universal mind that presented itself to him and helped him to these realizations. And that concept is also used by Rudolf Steiner as the noosphere, where it's a shared world of ideas and thoughts where the mind world is. It's also known as the collective consciousness by Carl Jung. And interestingly, Rupert Sheldrake kind of had similar ideas to unite panpsychism and morphic resonance, where there's a overarching God of nature that has a mind that has morphic clouds to unite resonating minds. So that's a really interesting one as well. And then we also have the work of the Law of One, where they received information from Ra, who was supposedly a social memory construct from Venus, which is a little bit different than the universal mind. It's very particular. But we see a lot of people being able to access information from a universal mind that's greater than the personal mind. And it's done from within. In all of these situations, they have a channeling. They're able to access that from within themselves. So I think I just wanted to bring that up, that there's an association with that, with the dragon being its representation. And I had that feeling as well when I had an out-of-body experience in the year 2000. I articulated the spirit of the sun as a dragon of the universal mind. And it's associated that Ra, who's associated with the sun, is that really associated with not just the sun, but all of creation, the spark of creation, the source of the mystery of all creation.
Yeah, man, that's beautiful. The dragon. And drag on. Yeah, so it's drag. And I don't mean that, darling. I don't mean that one. I mean dragging, literally, physically dragging. Although maybe that one too. You never know. But the idea of a serpent and a bird being one is almost ironic, because yeah, you have a serpent that's like stuck on its belly. It can't even lift itself off the ground, right? Or it has to have its whole body attached to what it's on, or at least like its torso. It's just one big torso, isn't it? And then you've got a bird that literally detaches from the ground completely. Yeah, and just goes up out there, and you got these two ideas being brought together in a dragon, of like that thing which is stuck on the ground and can't even get off the ground, and that thing that like goes completely off the ground. And these two ideas, you know, are an interesting concept. And so the one is like dealing with drag, right? Like the drag of wind. And the one is on the ground. So you got literally like drag on. And so this notion, I think, represents on one level being like static and attached, and on another level being like completely free and unattached and mobile. And so the mobility of a bird and the mobility of a snake, you can't compare it. And of course, you talk about the sun. I mean, there's a reason why the sun symbol is a serpent, right? Like, you know, sun symbol. And no, sorry, Leo symbol. Sorry.
You could compare somewhat the bird's flight to a snake in that it permeates the land or the sea. Like a sea snake like swims through the sea or flies through the sea, just as a snake kind of swims through the land.
Yeah, completely. I think that's interesting, you know. I suppose that's what it is. You know, swimming through the sea or swimming through the air. So here we have the old symbol for Leo, right?
Mm.
And I mean, isn't that a snake?
Yeah.
And that's the sun. The Leo is the only planet, the only astrological thing ruled by the sun. In fact, the sun and the moon are unique because they only operate through Cancer and Leo directly. So Leo is the ambassador of the sun in the manifestal in the universe. So if you are having a connection with the sun, it stands to reason that there would be a serpent. In the same way that if you're having a connection with the moon, you might see a crab. It's a concept. So, you know, I think there's a lot there. And what was it that I was going to say earlier? You know, I think that when we're looking at this synchronicity as well, this is an interesting point. You mentioned Rudolf Steiner. And there's an interesting synchronicity between Madame Blavatsky and Rudolf Steiner. I can't remember what this thing is called. Those of you in the chat, you might be able to tell me. Blavatsky, there's this story around Blavatsky that she, one time before she passed from this world, she put some very important information into a document which she sealed. And she sealed it with a spell, with something that she used to call spell powder, which was a combination of frankincense, ash, and other earth materials. And she put a particular sigil on this document. And Rudolf Steiner, in one of his letters, where he references this story that Blavatsky is talking about, has that sigil on that page. It's the only page in all of Steiner's work where that sigil will be found. because he didn't put sigils, almost as if it's like a protection spell against what he's talking about. And Blavatsky put that on that. So that one document was kept. It's the most secretive, one of the most secretive documents in the whole of the Theosophical movement. And sorry, just let me let my boy in quickly. Okay, he's going to be a few minutes. So, I love you more than the world. Okay, be quick. So anyway, this idea of 8:45 p.m. here. Bless you, brother. This idea of that was in this letter, and it ties into synchronicity in an interesting way, was to do with what she called soulless human beings. And this soulless human beings, according to her reference in this letter, I think she says it's like between 21 and 23% of the human population that don't have souls. And it's an interesting concept. And she had been researching this for like a big chunk of her life, and she had liaised with other clairvoyants and other, mystics. Have you heard of this, Cosmic? Have any of you guys in the chat heard of this story? Do you know this?
I mean, I know of the concept of like the Heilig or whatever, but I was not really familiar that Blavatsky was talking about this kind of stuff. I know they talk about it in Gnosticism a lot, but not necessarily in the theosophical context.
Well, this is a secret. She didn't want it to get out. She only wanted certain initiates to know it. And it's only referenced by a few, like W. Butler Yeats, I think, mentions, like, it's very subtly mentioned in a few places here and there. It's not like really available information that you can find. Steiner mentions it once. And obviously Steiner, being an anthroposophist that came from Theosophy, he was a student of Blavatsky's work. So he was in her higher ranking, what is called the seventh initiation of the Theosophical movement. So he was one of the senior grades occultists. And so basically the idea is that there are some humans that have incarnated here, but they do not contain the divine spark. And this is like a very weird concept, because this divine spark, I think, is what synchronicity hinges upon. There are people that will never experience synchronicity. Not many, but they can't see it. And synchronicity is always happening. It's happening every moment all around us, but we just can't see it. So from the shamanic perspective of shaman law, and from the shamanic law, we say that if you sit in nature and you become fully present, you will see synchronicity. It will talk to you. And we will consider this as being messages from the guides. So anytime you become fully present and you observe, you will notice something around you that's almost out of place or in place. And that, we call it the omen. And so you continually observing these omen around you, continually getting in tune with this presence of synchronicity. And the more in tune you are with yourself, the more in tune you are with synchronicity. Like, you pick up your phone and okay, it's not happening right now, but those that are in tune with synchronicity, you pick up the phone, it's this, it's this, and it's interesting how that seems to be the case, and other people, they won't recognize it because they won't feel the need to look at their phone at that point and see that time. So people in this chat, probably it's common to you guys, pick up your phone, it's 22:22, or pick up your phone, it's 13:13, or you walk outside and there's something else going on. You hear a conversation down the road I've got a lot of people walking past my house. It's a penguin sanctuary. You hear words there, and just a snippet of conversation, and you go away and you put on a YouTube or something, there's a snippet of similar words. You go, wow, those same words, different meaning, different story, but the same words were said. Interesting. Synchronicity. Or something happens and you'll notice that this is happening, but it's related to that. And the more your imagination expands, the more you can see the contracts. And I think synchronicity is the basis of all contracts. Was it you that said that, Cosmic, that it's the connections between everything that's happening?
Yeah,
All
it's
the
like
different
it's like a
aspects.
pairing of two different variables. And jump on your point about people experiencing synchronicities, I think it's not so much that there's people that don't experience synchronicities. It's just that they've recontextualized them to sort of devoid of any magical spiritual nature. So in the kind of the modern sort of Western world, what most people would call a synchronicity would call either confirmation bias or a coincidence. Because I think in order for a synchronicity to be convincing, I think, I think what it is, I think some people need stronger synchronicities to be convinced than others, because I think it's not just having one synchronicity, because you can easily write it off as like, well, I was just thinking about this one time. It was just random chance. And I'm not thinking about all the other times where I thought of something and something didn't happen. And then that synchronicity will then get discounted. But if you actually pay attention and you start to realize, well, wait a minute, I'm seeming to have a lot of these synchronicities, and I think that random chance isn't adequate to explain the phenomenon that I'm experiencing. Like some of these synchronicities that like I get with the Fae, they're like 1 in a million chance of these things happening. They're so, they're so specific in that moment in space and time, and then they happen so with enough frequency that you start to realize there's a predictability and a pattern. And I think the conclusion that I get from that is I think that in order to, you have to seek out synchronicity in order to actually get it. Because I think there's a lot of people that it's almost like they actively avoid synchronicity or they don't want to be connected. And I think one of the reasons for that is because it's because on one hand, you think about the kind of the modern narrative of, secularism and science and godlessness. But I think the other reason that we also have to consider, I think actually has to do with the kind of the Judeo-Christian paradigm. And a lot of people, when they look at the universe as, being meaningful, it comes across not in this positive connotation, but it's more like, there's this angry God and he's going to curse me and he's going to, send me to hell and have all these terrible things that happen to me because I've sinned. And when you look at it from that approach and you feel sort of threatened by the cosmos, you then seek to avoid it. I think that's kind of part of the big problem with kind of like modern religion and Christianity is that it's made people not want to connect to God, because who wants to, connect to some God that's, it's vengeful and wrathful and it's going to punish you and it's going to judge you for all the terrible things you do. And if that's what you think God is, a synchronicity would be terrifying. It would be like, oh God, there really is this, terrible man in the sky that's going to punish me. And so I think because of that, people have this very negative relationship with spirituality. So it's not just the secularism, but it's also these more sinister and sort of less favorable interpretations of the divine that make people want to get away from spiritual and mystical things because they see it in this kind of this negative foreboding light, and thus they kind of want to avoid it. So I think in a lot of ways, I think that's kind of why the one good thing about like chaos magic and stuff, it's a way for people to experience synchronicity sort of without the threat of that kind of that perfect being, or the idea that like, you have to go through, like, karmically speaking, the universe has determined you to go through something, really horrible and, like, oh, you got to like get your leg torn off to have like, to experience like a better, connection with the divine by being grateful for like what you have. And, a lot of people, that turns a lot of people off. And so I'm not really like saying like, and making any value judgment. I just kind of like assessing like the culture and discerning like, well, why are people so, why are they so avoidant of synchronicity? And I think that's kind of part of the problem, is that we don't really have a perspective on spirituality that's necessarily, positive or beneficial, but instead there's a lot of fear mongering. There's a lot of manipulation. And I think that maybe when it comes to synchronicity, it's not just belief, but getting people to believe in something that's actually not going to, utterly terrify them. It's pretty complicated in that regard.
Yeah, I like what you say about synchronicity, and coincidence. And I think you summarize quite well what I would call an agnostic disposition, which, interesting, I was just Googling while you were talking, and they say the global agnostic presence could be up to 17%, according to like perspectives. Some places it could be as low as 4%, but on a global level, it could be up to 17%, which is interesting. Because Blavatsky reckons that 21% of people are soulless. So they lack the divine spark. Because they lack the divine spark, they can't see what's hidden. And so agnosticism could be an expression. And it's interesting how this notion, the Kali Yuga, that the Kali Yuga, there'd be a lot of like really dark beings on Earth, that the idea that these people as well, that are summarized by Blavatsky, they're described as having no potential towards real compassion, that they can simulate compassion, they can give a simulacrum of compassion, they can behave in such a way, but innately there is none in these kinds of beings. And that they look like humans, they speak like humans, they can pass themselves off as humans, but they're not actually humans. And like this idea in the back of my mind has always been like a really interesting one, because it makes me think about the spiritual war. Yeah. It makes me think about like, is what she's saying, does that mean like 1 out of 5 people have already been owned by the eighth sphere? That the Luciferian kingdom and those negative powers out there, the Klipot, have a hold that's so powerful on 1 out of 5 people that they have no potential towards connecting on any spiritual level. And it's a scary thought, right? Like if you think about it. And you hear about the crazy, terrible things that get done in the world, right? And we think to ourselves, how is that? And you mentioned coincidence just before I move on. I think this idea here, coincidence, is so beautiful. So there's one circle, if you see my mouse, and there's another circle, and these two circles are dancing, and inside there's another circle. So between the dance of this circle and this circle, there's another circle that shares these two circles, and that's the coincide. And this is the dance of movement from one circle to another. So to me, it seems like that must be where the word coincidence comes from, right? The way one circle becomes another circle, and that they're actually the center of another circle, and we're inside a new circle in order for one circle to become. So it's like an interesting progressive thing. And I think that the idea of some people not being able to connect might be one of the reasons why the world is the way it is. Because I take it that we're all the same here, Cosmic. I take it we agree that we can see that the education system is broken, right?
I have a kind of a different take on your soulless human thing. I kind of agree with it in spirit, but I think it's more accurate, instead of people who are necessarily lacking a spiritual inclination. I think if there are people that truly lack souls, I think it's the narcissists and the psychopaths. These are the people that actually lack souls, because that makes sense. They have no sense of self. They need affirmation from others. And the thing is, they can basically infiltrate any kind of spiritual or non-spiritual system imaginable. You think about, because we think about, like, people not having, spiritual senses because maybe they don't believe in, a higher realm or something like that. But then think about, like, Heaven's Gate, like Marshall Applewhite basically commanding his followers all to commit suicide, at the end of the cult meeting. Like, you can't tell me that there's some soullessness going on with that guy, even though he claims to be super spiritual beyond the physical world. I think that's kind of like a different kind of the soullessness too. But, because I think at the end of the day, we need skeptical people. We need that balance between believing people and skeptical to keep things in balance. But it's the narcissists that want to overthrow that balance by trying to pin us all against each other, not realizing that they're the ones pulling the string all along. So they always like to make it think about, it's like, oh, it's like, it's men versus women, or blacks versus white, believers versus non-believers. And none of those dynamics are really what it's about. It's about, like, real people versus psychopathic people who don't have that inner sense of self. Like, I'm thinking, if anybody is truly a candidate for lacking a soul, I don't necessarily buy into the idea that there are some people that lack souls. I used to think that, but I've kind of changed my mind, because if I believe in panpsychism, everything has some kind of consciousness to it. So it's not like everything is completely devoid of consciousness. But if I did say, if there had to be people who lacked souls, it would have to be psychopaths. That seems like the most likely candidates.
That's pretty much what she's saying. Yeah. That's pretty much the idea of the document, is that there are people that lack any sense of compassion. And I think compassion is what defines a human being. It's based upon empathy. It's based upon what is empathy? Empathy is a recognition, once again, that my circle touches their circle, but my circle and their circle is one circle. And we're connected by a circle between me and your circle. So that means what I do to you feeds back to me. What you do to me feeds back to you. And that there's this empathy, which then from that grows compassion, like, if it's proverbially cared for. So I think, like, there is a, but yeah, I think what we're talking about, yeah, what you've clearly, like, defined is psychopathy, sociopathy, narcissism. I think these three are different aspects of what we're saying. And basically what she was saying was that, according to her research, 1 out of 5 people have this condition, or one of these conditions, which is, like, quite a shock. But I think in this modern day and age, when you consider,
I heard from psychologists it's like 1 out of 7, so that's pretty close.
Yeah. And that's only because a lot of people are really good at hiding it. No? Psychologists don't see all. They don't know all. They just sort of, they're like, would the psychologists believe that Trump is a sociopath or a narcissist or a psychopath?
Well, you also have to consider with narcissism and, like, psychopathy, it's a kind of black magic, because what these people do is they lie to others and they lie to themselves. And what they're doing is they're manifesting a false reality with their words and their actions. It's like when they gaslight you or tell you, or because that's what they'll do. They'll do something to you, and they'll try to convince you that it's your fault or that you're responsible for hurting them. And that's what they're doing. They're magically twisting reality to fit their egotistical desires, in a way where, I think that's why a lot of Christians are against magic, when you actually talk to them, like, they don't like the idea of people taking God's world and twisting it and manipulating it to their own selfish desires. And while I don't think all magic is evil, I can see where they're coming from with that assessment.
Yeah, totally. But then that's also because, they are hearing the news that we hear is the bad news. Like the white magic that's done in secrecy, they wouldn't hear about because it's not news. The magic that they hear about is the dark magic, which is like mostly the black magic, which is like that, like full my own desire. If you think about what true white magic is, true white magic is when there's nothing in it for me. Everything that I'm doing for the group. So true white magic is to cast a spell to try and clean the sea, so that everybody has a clean sea, or to cast a spell that maybe will help everybody to feel a little more peaceful. To cast spells to help humanity to have compassion. Yeah, that's like white magic. So there's this, which is like, what is prayer? This is where Christians fall off the wagon, right? They're practicing a form of white magic, but they don't know it. Well, they should be. But a lot of Christians are like praying, like, God, can I have like a better car? Can I have like a cool girlfriend? You know, I don't know. Maybe it's not quite that shallow and that, but I think like prayer becomes confused, and that's why like I taught my son. His mom used to pray with him, and she'd just go on and on, like reading shopping lists to him. And I'd be like, oh my gosh, these shopping lists. This is a problem. He's learning like prayer. He's associating prayer with shopping lists of all the things you want God to do for you. And I'm like, dude, boy, that's like not what prayer is about. I was like, I'm going to teach you a prayer that is universal. You want to know Christian prayer? Here it is. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done. Not mine. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us, all of us, this day our daily bread. And forgive us, all of us, our trespasses that we commit against others. Right? So it's all about the group. Yeah. Lead us out of temptation and deliver us from evil. Right? For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. So isn't that white magic spell that you're casting that is supposed to improve humanity? Because there's no me in that prayer, is there? There's no like, well, I wouldn't mind getting a little bit of moksha, or give me some special divine spark, or give me some great power, or so I think like what you're saying is so true, Cosmic. But I think it comes from, and here's the kicker. It comes from the fact that the metaphorical soulless have been in charge of the church. Would you think that's a fair assessment? And by soulless, I mean the narcissists, the sociopaths, the
I mean, it makes
people
sense
that lack
that these
compassion.
people exist now. They must have existed in antiquity as well. And sometimes I think about like even people who wrote the Bible, like were they all like every single one of them? Maybe there were some soulless people writing that stuff too. You don't know with 100% certainty when you look back into the past and certain these things. But I think if you kind of like look at like the psychological behavior patterns of now and kind of project them back into the stories back then, you can see there's a kind of an overlap between these two different things, a synchronicity, if you will.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was having this conversation with Connor Libelam in a group, and something he said got me like, no, I got to say something here. I got to be part of this conversation. And he was talking about the original texts of Buddha, which in certain sects have been considered to be XYZ, right? And I stopped and I was like, hold on, let's just stop the wagon. Do we realize that Pali didn't exist as Pali exists now in the time of Buddha? That's what the evidence suggests. So we've got to like really look at this. In the time of Buddha, they were speaking different languages. Pali came centuries later. And it is, developments of the languages that they were speaking during the time of the Buddha. In the same way that if you gave me a document written in modern English and tried to tell me that that is the original document that was written 300 years ago, would I believe you? I'd be like, no, they weren't speaking modern English 300 years ago. They were speaking Middle English, right? So in the same way, Middle English, the Pali language came centuries after Buddha. So now you've got these sects that want to tell us that these are the original documents. And it makes me think like what you're talking about, right? Like why do we have Pali documents that come from like quite soon after the Buddha's? Why don't we have the original documents in that language? Why not? Why is the Bible not written in Aramaic? Right? The New Testament. Why is it no Aramaic? They were speaking Aramaic at that time still, weren't they? The general population. Am I right?
I wouldn't know that. Indy might be better on that question.
Aramaic.
I think that was the more common language. Am I right or wrong? As far as I've read.
Forms date back to
Yeah.
the 3rd century
Yeah.
AD.
Aramaic. Yeah. So the common language spoken in the time of Emmanuel was Aramaic. So shouldn't we make scrolls? And you telling me that nobody wrote down what he said? Really? This great teacher is doing all these great miracles and nobody thinks to write them down? Right? And so, it to me seems like really almost implausible. And it definitely makes me consider, what percentage of the Dead Sea Scrolls were written in Aramaic? Many. Right? And Nag Hammadi. What percentage of the Nag Hammadi scrolls? Okay, so they were written in Greek, then translated into Coptic. Interesting. So those Greek scrolls, really interesting. But the Dead Sea Scrolls, they definitely imply an Aramaic time, and that's like around about that time, or leading into that time when Aramaic was the language. So the same can be said. So did some bunch of psychic engineers get hold of, destroy the originals and rewrite it in their own words? And can we say the same for Buddhist doctrine? Because I've often asked myself this question: why are there no enlightened Buddhists? And by enlightened, I mean like, why are we not experiencing a lot of people that are practicing Buddhism becoming like highly super awakened? Why are we not experiencing a lot of Christians becoming super highly awakened? Why are they not walking on water? Why is like very few people walking on water these days? Why are people not? Why are the miracles that we keep hearing about not happening on a level that they seem to have happened in the past? To me, it makes you ask questions. I don't know, what are your thoughts about this? Like there seem to be evidence, and I bet you when we look at the Quran, we're going to find the same story. Do you guys know about the Quran, and the language and the writing of it?
Oh, I don't.
No. Tell us more.
So we'll keep being told that these are the original Buddhist scrolls, but they're not. It's lies. The Theravadins are basically talking nonsense. And we'll be told that the Bible is the original work. But now that history has actually done some research, we realize it was written, a century after? Right? Like within the century that followed. It's not the original writings.
Or two, the Bible might have been, a lot of the Bible, the New Testament must have been written at least 100 or 200 years after, except for the book of Revelations that was actually written by an author named Ion, which was later written as John, and they switched his name to John and claimed that John the Baptist, who came later, had written the book of Revelations, but it was a different John. 500
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they lied to us about that. Now when we look at the Buddhism, now the interesting thing about the Vedas, right? They haven't been turned into an organized religion, have they? where there's an administration that takes money specifically, in the way that they've got local administrations. Like this temple will be administrated by those Brahmin priests, and that's their little circle. They don't answer to anybody. Where the Buddhism, depending on what sect you are, you answer to someone, don't you? Like you either answer to the Dalai Lama or you answer to the Nayakathera of whatever the sect is. So there seems to be the same idea with Christianity. You know, there's bishops that you answer to in different countries, and if you're Catholic, you answer to the Pope. But there's head priests, and there's the head honcho that everybody answers to. It's sort of like a pyramid structure. And so all of the religions have been turned to pyramid structures. Do you think that's a coincidence, or is there some kind of a synchronicity here?
It's synchronistic. Yeah, interestingly, they found that during actual times of Christ that there was crucifixion, and they had questioned it for a while, but they found evidence of an ankle that had the nail still in the ankle, and they came to the understanding that actually during his time that the crucifixions were done on an X cross, and that later when the books of the New Testament were written, they were then done on a standing cross. So it was a different time when the books were written than the time when it was actually happening.
Exactly. And you know, an X cross makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. They just leaned it up
Because
against
now
the
we're
wall.
talking about synchronicity.
Yeah.
Two lines meeting in the center. And I suppose it would be a lot easier to... Would an X cross take less work to set up?
Yeah, they just leaned it against a tree or a wall.
Yeah.
Probably just walls, stone walls.
So it's an interesting concept. And were the people like that, or were they spread eagled?
They were spread eagle. They were standing straight.
Right.
Like the Leonardo's man. What's the name of that man?
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting, you know, when we start looking at these things. And but getting back to the synchronicity, that not everybody seems to be in tune with it. And like you say, Cosmic, it's like some people, they've got a filter that will protect them from experiencing synchronicity. And I think what happens is when you get protected from experiencing synchronicity, you no longer notice it. Do you think that's a fair statement?
Guess so. Yeah.
So, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't exist. And synchronicity is like how, you know, Ayurveda was discovered through coincidence, through synchronicity, through the guides speaking to the shaman, the shramana in the jungles, when they went into a trance, beating their dambaru and chanting their shraman. They were going through a shramana trance, and they'd have access to the devas and the devis, and the devas and the devis would speak to them through nature. And then they would go and they would see this flower standing out for some other reason. And so they would be drawn to this flower, and they would pick this flower, and they'd pick that herb. And they'd say, like, the guides have shown me that you must use this flower and this herb. And then the people would go off and they'd steep the flower and the herb into water, and the synchronicity would be that flower and the herb is the cure for the illness that John has, that came from the shaman who went into a trance in the jungles, right? And so from that developed an entire system of medicine, where bit by bit they channeled this, and then somebody wrote that down. Okay, stomach ache, that herbs, right? And every time there was like a medical cure, somebody would add it to the register until they had a fairly substantial register. And then people were like learning to study the register, and they were becoming healers. And then the healers would experiment with other plants as well, because some of them might have shamanic tendencies, and they might go into a trance and be shown something about that flower and try that one and go, that one works well for this as well. So it's like an interesting concept when we look at like medicine. Has medicine evolved from synchronicities of the soul, and are sorry.
The similar thing happened to what you just described to the Peruvian shamans that now provide the grandmother ceremonies of ayahuasca. And it was only through synchronicity and guidance from who they call the Ashaninkas, or the spirits of the forest, some call the pre-Incas, that would whisper to them how to find things in the forest. And they set them out and showed them these two things, this vine and this flower, that combined can create ayahuasca ceremony and experience and visions, to be able to connect with them. So it was like really amazing. They say that the chances of them being able to find this combination out of the thousands of different varieties of vines and flowers in the rainforest there are unthinkably small probability of them being able to find that on their own. And so people are just baffled. They know that there's definitely some sign that there's something, some guidance out there that's more than science can figure out right now. They know there's something there anomalous.
So, Cosmic, here's my question to you. Is your connection with the Fae synchronicity?
Oh, yeah. There's tons of synchronicity that comes with the Fae and all the stuff that happens. I would not take this practice seriously if I didn't have the synchronistic experiences that I did. Because without the synchronicity, I would have just assumed it was just my imagination, you know? I would have just assumed I was just daydreaming or, you know, having a little bit of a psychedelic hallucination or whatever. But the synchronicity is what showed me that these beings are more than just thoughts in my head or feelings in my mind. There's something else going on with them. So yeah, synchronicity is definitely a very big component of that for sure.
What I was also getting at was this. Is your entire connection with the Fae an expression of synchronicity?
I guess that makes sense.
The fact that a thought can be running through your mind that is running through another being's mind that you're experiencing as communication, telepathy, right?
Yeah.
Is telepathy really just synchronicity?
You know, I've been thinking about like the sort of the nature of telepathy and how my channeling works. And it's almost kind of like you think about like people have certain like temperaments or a certain energy that they speak from. It's like, you know, you like certain types of music, you like certain types of food, you like certain types of literature, you're inclined philosophically towards some things, you're skeptically philosophical towards other things, but it all kind of like radiates from this kind of like the center from within your being, right? And when I talk to the Fae, it's almost like I'm intersecting with another energetic center that's different from mine, even though it's sort of in the same body, but it feels like it's a different consciousness within me that speaks through me. So it's like, I kind of think of it like one of the Fae I speak to, she has a very kind of like a green, sort of like a bluish green emerald kind of aura to her. And I kind of like, and it's almost like I take my intellect and filter it through that energetic variant of her consciousness. And it creates this kind of this unique, you know, ideas and concepts of things that I might not think of on my own, just thinking by myself. But when you think of it through the other being's mind, it's like you get a different opinion, you know? So I think that there's a lot going on. I think that it's almost like I take the energy and then my mind translates that energy into words and language that I can understand, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, exactly. You know, because I would go as far as to say that all spirituality is synchronicity. And what we call spirituality is the revelation of synchronicity. The Siddhi are all synchronous. That there is a synchronized connection, that your consciousness and gravity and magnetism have synchronous potential. So you can overcome gravity with your thoughts. That health and the molecules in your body have a synchronous connection with the thoughts running through consciousness. So thoughts can affect the molecules in the body, can produce health or the opposite of health. That time And the flow of time has a synchronous connection with the flow of thoughts running through the consciousness. So the correct thoughts being channeled at the correct time can gain a synchronous connection with the future and the past. And so forth and so forth and so forth. And so all of the spiritual powers, all of the spiritual abilities, all of the revelations of spirits, like what we call the angelic kingdom or the guides, are also the spirits that we see in the wind. So the ancients used to look at lightning. Who was it? Vincent was talking about lightning, right? Thunder. And they saw this was the spirits, the cosmic guides, the gods talking to them. And were they wrong? Like, is there a synchronist connection between these different aspects of consciousness? Is lightning, can you actually create lightning by meditating on Zeus or Indra? What do you think? Can you literally create a static field of electrical potential through that meditation practice? And what would that ionizing field look like? You know? And then we see these little masters, these Taoist masters, who can be beaten with poles, metal poles, because they've created a ionic field around their bodies with their thoughts, right? Which is like an electromagnetic field, a shield. So iron shirt kung fu is an example of this. Tai chi and qi kung are, also examples of being able to use this. So, to me, and I witnessed firsthand when I was young the potentials of qi, like directly. And when you see it, it's mind blowing that somebody can create a change in matter without touching it is quite a mind-blowing concept. And even before I'd seen it, I knew I could sense the key in the Shihan. I'd be training, and I feel like I'm going to fall over. I feel like there's this wind coming towards me, and I'm like being swept along by the wind, and I have to, like, with my will, fight this wind and root myself down and instantly turn around, and he's looking at me. From over there with that intense presence, and the eyes would lock, and I'd feel that force was coming from you. When he looked at you, you felt like there was a wind coming towards you, like literally, Shihan master. So, and he did some kind of demos for the seniors, which I was lucky enough to get an insight into, to see. And he could hit something without touching it, at a distance. So, it's like projecting your consciousness through an electric field. That's like lightning, isn't it? So like that's where I'm getting at, cosmic, all of these things. Is your connection with the Fae just an expression of synchronicity? Is all spirituality just an expression of synchronicity? Is the breath the conductor of the symphony of synchronicity? Is the synchronicity maybe another word for that expressive potential of the Aleph, or the life force, or the prana? What are your thoughts?
I think the interesting thing in regards to breath is our relationship with plants, because you talk about it all being one air, but I think what's interesting is the idea that there's oxygen and there's carbon dioxide. We breathe in oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide, whereas plants inhale carbon dioxide and exhale oxygen. So in a lot of ways, it's almost like we're kind of like, there's another synchronicity in there, that we're sharing our sort of our breath space with the plant and animal kingdom. There's actually a symbiotic relationship in that regard. So if anything, it's like synchronicity is spiritual symbiosis, if you think about it.
Yeah, plants. That's an interesting one, hey? They like carry the exact opposite of us. don't they? You know, like, I think that trees and plants are from a previous epoch, and like they are channeling the other side of the force. That's why they need the CO2 to grow, right? And we need to get rid of the CO2. We need the O2. And they don't need the O2. They're like, we've got enough O2. We'll take in the CO2. We'll just keep the O2 in just to keep the metabolic rate at night. But at night, humans are, there's this interesting relation with carbon dioxide and oxygen with plants and humans, and how that symbiotic expression of human potential, that our excrement and our urine feeds plants, and that plants feed us. And so what's toxic and bad for us is good for plants. And the fruit on the plants needs to fall off, because those fruit will rot, and they'll cause rot to go into the plant. So the fruits that are good for us are dangerous for the plant. And our excrement is dangerous for us, hence we have to wash our hands. So there's this very powerful polarity. There's an interesting question. What are you guys' thoughts on polarity as it relates to synchronicity? I'm going to run quickly to the loo and have a wee moment. But what are your thoughts? Polarity, synchronicity, do they sort of, are they opposites?
I think there's some polarity in synchronicity in the sense that you can have synchronistic things happening in an ascending way where you're like working on growing and developing and working on your self-mastery, and you're ascending to new heights in your journey, and things are starting to connect, and the synchronicity is really showing you that it's worth the journey and you're going that right way. And then at the same time, when you're in the wrong place and you've got so many things pulling you away from it, but you're just drawn to what's familiar and you're stuck in your toxic comfort zone, and you keep seeing signs like, should I keep doing this? Show me a sign. And then you start seeing them and it's like, oh my God, yeah, I know I shouldn't be doing this. I really need to. And so many reminders keep trying to pull you out of it. But oftentimes it really doesn't ever do anything until you get to that point where you have to change. And then you start to remember all those lessons that were being taught to you, all those signs and omens that were pushing you in the right direction. And after that whole thing transpires, those things take form and start to root you into a new direction where you're growing and turning over a new leaf. And that can be a powerful experience. So there's a polarity in the aspect of it can show you that you're doing the right thing, or it can show you that you're going the wrong way, and it can deter you in that sense. And I'm sure there's other ways to interpret that question as well, if you guys want to take a stab at it.
Well, I think like I was alluding to before, like no synchronicity ever happens in isolation. You don't just have one thing and that's a synchronicity. It always is, paired with some other like object. It's like a polarity. I'm thinking of like the image of like, two sort of orbs on top of rods in a mad scientist's laboratory, and there's like the electricity that's going through both of the orbs that are sort of standing next to each other. And I think that synchronicity is like that electricity, or I think of it like a string that ties two things together and links them in that sense, because it's a sync. I guess if you think about sync and synchronicity, sync and link, kind of similar sounding words. You sync something together, you link it together. I guess it's a link, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how in some like stories and movies, they kind of portray synchronicities happening because there's the angels there who people can't see that are like trying to make things happen, and they seem to like try to make people meet up at certain times, but it doesn't always go the way they think, and sometimes they'll be snared by like a unexpected thing happening and interrupting their divine plan. So that's an interesting take to see that like sometimes maybe people consider that there are guiding spirits that are trying to watch over us, trying to push us in those directions. a lot of times people attribute things like that to their guardian spirit, or maybe their prayers that had led them towards this synchronicity or towards this connection. Something that happens sometimes.
Yeah, man. How's this? That's something to enjoy, huh?
Wow.
Now we're looking at the lunar sigil. One of the expressions of the lunar. There is another expression of the lunar as well, which is, where's the seal of the moon? Okay, yeah, we got a seal of the moon here, which we can look at. No, sorry, it's a bad seal, and I don't like not nice seals. I like nice seals. You know, the kind of seals I like are the ones that bark. A seal is a dog that lives in the water. And gosh, all of these seals are such low, what you would call it, low,
Resolution.
well, I have to use this one. Yeah, low resolution. Yeah. So anyway, we'll just have to go with this one. So here we can see the seal in the bottom, or one of the well-known seals, which is an expression of 4, but it's also an expression of how 2 embraces 2, and there's a synchronous connection between the 2 and the 2, and that we've got this polarities of these crescents that all become part of a flow. And you were talking about chaos earlier, Cosmic, and how when you take a half of Saturn, right, you end up with a certain amount of chaos, right?
Yeah, that's more.
So you notice the connection between the Saturn and the moon. The moon is 9, that's 81 squares. The Saturn is 9 squares. So it's 3 by 3. The lunar is 9 by 9. Isn't that interesting? Eh?
Yeah.
And this is why the Kabbalists associate the moon with Yesod, the ninth sphere, even though the lunar number is 2 in terms of numerology. And why Saturn is often associated with Binah, the third sphere, even though Saturn's number is actually 8, if that makes sense. So like people don't understand like why the Kabbalah does that. Well, there's a little bit of a hint at why that is, though. You can see it if you study the squares. But I think that this is talking about synchronicity because it's showing us that the top half, that the crescent in the top and the crescent in the bottom are 2 halves of one circle. And it's showing us that the crescent on the right and the crescent to the left are 2 halves of one circle. They've been cut in half and they've been separated by a cross. Saturn's cross, the X of Saturn. This is why there's this constant association between Saturn and the moon that we'll keep coming to terms with. And so anyway, here's an interesting concept of, and look at the symbol for silver. Isn't that interesting? You can see the symbol for silver has become the idea of the British pound. Yeah? And I don't know if you guys can see that, Jay. Is that you with me?
Yeah.
Silver has become the British pound. And so the dollar is, okay, so the dollar is Isis. Isis is the moon, right? There's an element of lunar presence in Isis. And it's the is, you know, that sensitivity of going in, the cycles, ruling that. And then we see the pound being related to silver. The the metal of the moon. So this is why we have this financial relation with the moon's presence, because the moon has got to do with controlling cycles. And if you want to control the cycles of man, you need to work with the lunar potential. But you need to work with the Saturnial equivalent of the lunar potential. So lunar energy has got to control Saturn resources. So money is actually Saturnial, and it is really the principles of the moon governing the cycles, the financial cycles. And then, of course, this is now mercurially expressed as commerce, because Mercury rules commerce. So isn't that interesting when you think of these connections between Saturn and the moon? And then when you look at Saturn's square, you see Mercury in the center. Hence, all commerce was ruled by Mercury, and the seas and the maritime, the laws and the maritime trades and everything is a mercurial thing. So it's just interesting. It's food for thought to look at those little occult things there. But do you guys see this as being a wonderful representation of synchronicity as a picture? What do you think? The bottom one.
Yeah, it strikes me as like vibrations on those crescent shapes that are kind of being drawn towards the center by these lines, which are like I interpret as light or vectors from like a central point that are drawing things in, maybe like magnetism or light.
I also see like a mirror, like on the left, like the one on the far left is looking in like a sort of an L-shaped mirror, and the other three crescent moons are its reflections.
Cool.
Beautifully observed. Yes, beautifully put. The triple goddess is coming back towards, and yeah, you can see it's like it's also got Brahma, right? Looking in 4 directions. So Brahma's got 4 faces looking in 4 directions, which is an interesting concept, you know. So it carries that very deep sort of constructual informational exchange in polarity, the potential, which is what the number 2 represents. And it carries that tone of Saturn, and Saturn carries the tone of Mercury. So, Joshua, you're going to have to wait for me. I'll come there now, my boy. So, my little boy's being difficult. I got to go and tuck him in again. Can I leave this with you guys for a minute?
Yeah. Now,
do continue, brother.
I've been looking at these various squares of the different celestial bodies, and so of course they, have the number of numbers in the squares aligns with the squaring of the numbers: 3 squared, 4 squared, 5 squared, etc. Starting with 3 and going to 8. But there's also the aspect of the numbers that add up when you go across any of the rows in any direction, and I think diagonally as well. And so those numbers are 15 for the Saturn square, 34 for the Jupiter square, 65 for the Mars square, 111 for the Sun square, 146 for the Venus square, and I'm working on the final one for the Moon square, which has 64 squares. And the Moon square lines up with the trigrams, the 64 trigrams of the I Ching. And we spoke about that earlier with the Bagawa square, which is strongly connected to the Saturn square and how it lays out and the number of squares that it has within it. So we have a lot of fascinating numbers here. I'd like to take a look at the ratio of the numbers as they climb up from Saturn to the Moon, and see if that's maybe connected to the golden ratio or phi, something of that matter, potentially. And I do believe it may be. see here.
Sorry, I missed that, but I heard the last part. Golden ratio of pi, I like that. Yeah, man. Which squares were you talking about, by the way?
6. I went through all the squares from Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Moon.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting when we start to study those squares, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
And the way in which, so I think like we can calculate synchronicity. Do you think that's possible, Cosmic? Is that what astrology is? Okay, maybe Cosmic's busy with his sandwich. Well,
Yeah.
I think astrology is the calculation of synchronicity. And numerology is the calculation of synchronicity. And by understanding numerology and astrology, we become more in tune with the spirit of synchronicity, which is why in all the mystery traditions, numbers and planets and the stars have always been sort of central to understanding the cosmic makeup of things, because they are reflections of potentials within us. And those potentials within us are really the emanations through which these constructs, which come together in a symphony of construction that we call reality, are dancing through. And it seems to me that the potential to calculate this through the rational extension of analysis and observation of the cycles of Saturn's great field of time being controlled by the moon, gives us a real insight to how this works. And in order to be able to calculate the cycles of how the moon directs Saturn's power over time, one has to move to the center of the circle and observe the circle from the center, from number 5, of course, right? So we go to number 5, and there we go. Bob's your uncle. We are effectively in the center of the circle, number 5. And then we're able to use the intellect to observe the rational potentials and to communicate what we're observing. And as Hermes did, and as Tahuti Thoth did, write it, because that's where writing was learned from. It's a mercurial thing, because it's based on communication. Write it down on paper so that we can keep track and do the calculations. And calculations, I think, are an emanation of Saturn's potential, so that we can come out with the answers, you know? And the answers would have to be related to the swearing of an oath, answer. So, you know, to me, I think that comes back down to the end of the circle, number 9, the finite fundamental potential that's going into the change. So, yeah, I think like getting to the center of the circle, proverbially at that point of rest, we're able to see what's happening in the circumference of things. And by watching the circumference of things, we get an idea of how the center touches all things. And by getting an idea of how the center touches all things, we get an insight into what will happen next. But it's not just calculatable. I mean, it's intuitive as well, right? Like we just, what was it you were saying earlier, Indy? You were saying about how you get a feeling where you don't belong here. You just know, right?
Yeah.
And then if you go and look at the astrology, it will show you, like, dang. Or, you know, ask for an answer, and an answer will come and it will show you. So, you know, there's two sides, and I think that's what this Saturn glyph is showing us, that there's a green and an orange. You can figure it out rationally, or you can figure it out on an intuitive, emotional level. And even intellect is intuition. People often draw a distinction and say, well, this intuition is only feminine. I see 2 forms of intuition, but like rational intuition and conceptual intuition. And conceptual intuition is what conceives. It's the feminine. And the rational intuition is what perceives. And what is conceived by the feminine is perceived by the masculine. And what is perceived becomes piercing. And it pierces into the feminine through the act of perception. And the feminine then becomes the space that holds the action of the masculine, the where it is. Awareness holds the perception. So the awareness of the feminine holds the perception of the masculine in this beautiful dance here. And that blue line represents consciousness and how consciousness is expressing the perception and the awareness. And then you could say, well, the Pingala is the perception and the Ida is the awareness. Or you could say that the pillar of mercy is the awareness and the pillar of severity is the perception, if you were Kabbalistic. The only thing we haven't tied in here is hermetics. You mentioned the 5 elements as well, Indy.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting that the 5 elements lives at the center of this little story, the center of the heart of the cube?
Fascinating. Yeah, there's always that 5th hidden.
And what's at the heart of the...
In the Western zodiac, the
Carry
5th
on, brother.
being ether or spirit is just hidden. But in the occult and pagan understandings, there's 5 elements in the West as well as the East. But that 5 is hidden in many ways. So in the Bhagavad square right here, the 5 is hidden from the trigrams. And the other 8 develop the 64 trigrams, 64 being 8 squared. So it's interesting how 5 can be like indicative of change and transformation, but it's also kind of a hidden doorway at the same time.
Yeah, the alchemical mercury.
Yeah.
The
It's
alchemical
very
mercury.
esoteric, hidden wisdom in a lot of ways that not many people have the curiosity to go further into the mysticism, into the deeper hidden wisdom. But the mercurial, that's the mercurial way to just dive deeper and deeper.
You know, our tuition is talking about how, you know, the imagination and the instinct being expressed through the imagination. It's a beautiful way of looking at it. I see that as being the feminine intuition. What we know is intuition. The other intuition, I see it as the eureka moments that we get. When, once again, that's instinct, but it's moving in a rational way. So it's interesting, like, you know, we think of, to me, intuition is when we're learning from the inside. We're not being taught, we're not being pulled tight with information. We're just expanding from the inside. And yeah, I mean that's quite an insightful concept, I think, to look at and to hold on to, is this notion of this hidden 5, and it's hidden in plain sight, right? Like you got 5 fingers, and you got this interesting 5 holes on the front of your face, yeah, and then the rest of your body's also got 5 holes, yeah, which in itself is quite interesting, right? 2 on the side, 1 at the back end, the bottom end, and 1 on the front end, and then of course the belly button, like that central, like connects them all. So you got the 5 holes in the body and the 5 holes in the front of the face, 5 hands, fingers, and that's it. To me, it's like you know, it seems that there's a lot of this that's been hidden from us deliberately, and I think the synchronicity, they wanted us to stop having the synchronous experiences. I think that's what a lot of the witch burnings were all about. Yeah. Because they wanted to rid us of this intuition, this potential to learn from the spiritual, to learn from the inner. So what is there that we haven't covered yet, brother? We're getting close to the 4-hour mark.
I wanted to clear up that I had mentioned earlier that the moon had 64 squares, but I guess it's Mercury actually that has the 64, moon having the 81, which actually lines up better because we were connecting the 64 squares of the Mercury square to the Bagawa square, and the representation of the 8 in the Bagawa square. With the 5 being hidden, the 9 gets reduced to 8 of the numbers in the surrounding squares. So I just wanted to clear that up. But as far as things to mention, let me see. Yeah, I think I just wanted to mention that, as I kind of mentioned earlier, with the mention of the dragon and the connection of the ideas of the cosmic universal mind, I feel like there was things were given to a lot of these people that were able to commune with the collective, with the universal cosmic mind, and like Walter Russell was able to develop the laws of harmonics and develop the new periodic table in the winding form. And Thoth was able to develop alchemy, the 7 universal laws. And John Dee was given silicon to develop modern technology. And Victor Schauberger developed the understanding of levity. From moving water in certain ways, he could create an anti-gravitational effect. And there's a lot of these experiences of people being able to channel divine understanding that's considered to be like transcendentalism, in the sense that they're going through Gnostic ways of discerning and uncovering this wise lost information from within that's been kind of given to them. So I just wanted to mention that as one of the aspects of synchronicity, where there's connections that happen when things start to really come together in the mind and in deep meditation of those that really ponder and philosophize things for a long time. If they have a strong passion and curiosity for answers, that they could really culminate and come together and be given to us by the divine through the subconscious mind. It can be a powerful experience. It takes a strong yearning to be able to conjure up that revelation of those answers. The spiritual vision.
Yeah, man. I think you bring up an interesting point. You know, when you're looking at these squares, and like you mentioned, the Mercury square, right, is 64 blocks. So that's the I Ching. What were we talking about? Mercury being the center of the center, yeah, the number 5. So you'll see how instrumentally important Saturn square is, because of Mercury, because of the moon. And so the 5 at the center, 5 becomes 8. 8 is Saturn's number. 8 times 8 is 64, right? So 64 is 10, right? And then when we look here, we see this idea. 2 plus 8 is 10, 6 plus 4 is 10, 3 plus 7 is 10, when you take the 5 out of the picture, right? We keep coming back to that 10. And when you look at the lunar square, you see this connection. So you see the Venus square, the lunar square, the Mercury square, the Saturn square, how these are related. It gets interesting when we start looking at the Mars square, right? Hope you can see the Mars square. Yep, there we go. Mars square. So look at the Mars square. So the Mars square is basically 25. So that's 5 plus 5. I mean, 5 times 5, right? And it's quite interesting when you start to observe, look in the center of the square, number 13. Okay, that's cool. That's really, really cool, right? Now look at Mars's relation with Venus. All right. So here we've got 7 times 7, right? Which is 49. And look at 49. 49 is 13. You see Mars's connection with Venus? Look at the center in the heart of Venus's square. What do you see? 25. Look at the center of the heart of Mars's square. You'll see the 13. Right? And the 13 is what the Venus square comes back to when you look at the 49, right? And the 49 is the perfect expression of 4 as well. And so that's just, to me, that's quite particularly interesting. So Venus holds a connection with 4, holds a connection with 7. But Venus is the spirit of 6. So, you know, this Mars-Venus connection is its own like little superpower dynamic. But when you look at Saturn, you get like a real expression of Mercury and the Moon and Saturn, and they make this kind of like a triangle, if you will, which I think is like quite telling. So anyway, I hope you guys have enjoyed the conversation. I hope you guys got what you came for. I hope you enjoyed your sandwich, Cosmic. Is Cosmic here? He's gone. He's gone sandwich sharing. Sending you all big love, big blessings, peace, honor, respect. Om Shanti. I hope you guys have a great weekend, what's left of it. And take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Keep shining. And big love to all of you.
Many thanks to everybody out there in the chat, watching in, and for everybody here in the roundtable. Appreciate everybody here. Thank you, guys.